for now. We will be ready.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Junior World Orienteering Championships 25. My name is Holly Stodgel, and I am delighted to be here to bring you live coverage of races. Bruno, how fantastic has the competition been so far?
Yeah, we have really been lucky enough to be having two fantastic races. First, that amazing sprint relay with a super performance by the Czech team, and then that sprint finish, photo finish to decide who was the silver and bronze medalist. And yesterday, fantastic performance on two really fantastic sprint courses in Chambra. So this Junior World Orienteering Championships 25 is really on his way on the best form ever. And today, Ollie, a fantastic setup for a really good long distance race.
Yeah, we've got the Ontario Arena here today, and I tell you what, it's warm, but I don't think it's been as warm as the last few days, so that's probably good news to some of the athletes. Yeah, really exciting day of orienteering ahead. We've got 6 hours worth of starts. We've already had the first couple of
Yes, so like Ollie was saying, the temperature today is about 29 degrees. So it's we are higher up in the mountains, so the temperatures are much better for the runners. And Ollie, you are straight through this running, so you have this really fantastic view for today.
Yeah, I've been very lucky with my view. I've just a couple of, and I think definitely up for a fantastic day of racing ahead. Do you want to talk to us about the courses that we're expecting to see today, Bruno?
Yeah, so today we have this 10 kilometers course for the men. And I think in a few seconds we will see the animation. So this 10 kilometers course for the men. For the women, 8 kilometers course, 410 meters of climbing. And the expected winning time for the women is 70 minutes, same as for the men. So for the men in both classes, they will start with this really short leg to control number 1, and then this first route choice to control number 2. So what we have seen so far, it pays up to go around onto the yellow area. Then another longer route choice to number 4, and here it pays up to use the path and go a little bit to the west. And then at control number 9, we have the first TV split before the long leg of the course, the leg to control number 11. From what we have seen so far, the runners are going like a sort of an S, so they exit to the south of the line to avoid the heavy forest and also some climbing, and then go through the control to the north. That seems to be the best line into this control. Then another TV control at control number 14 before another long leg from 15 to 16. And here the runners need to be a little bit clever, because if they use the easy way to just use the paths close to the line, then they will go down the slope and have to take the contours again. Maybe it's pays to go a little bit around. Then another long leg to 18, and then 2 shorter legs before the end of the course for the men. So 10 kilometers course, more than 500 meters of climbing, and expected winning time of 70 minutes. For the women, Again, same type of start with the short route choice or a short leg to control number one, and then this first longer leg to control number two. But it seems like everybody there is going just around on the path and no problems at all there. Then similar type of long leg for the women, and they are also taking this sort of an S route choice here. So they are avoiding the climbing, going south from number 7, and then going all around the hill and into the control into number 8 through the north side of the line. That seems to be the best line possible to go to this control number 8. Then a sequence of shorter controls, and then again also second TV control at control number 14. For the women, this long leg is quite nice because here they need to avoid the hill on the middle of the leg from 14 to 15, that huge hill, and they can go to the north. It's a little bit shorter, but they will have a little bit more climbing, or they can go to the south of that leg. So for the women, 8-kilometer course, same winning time of expected winning time of 70 minutes.
A couple of finishers. So currently leading the men's course is Ludwig Rosen, and the women is Mia Erzen from Slovenia.
Yes, and as we go through the start list, Ludwig Rosen, as Oli was saying, is leading with 1 hour 17:57, but we do not expect him to be the winner today. I may say that the biggest favorite for today should be Daniel Bolejovski. He was a bronze medalist last year, and for sure he's trying to improve his ranking. Not sure if people know that Czechia only had 2 junior world champions up until now. It was Jiří Kacka in 2000, and the last one, Pavel Kubat, in 2010. And I think that Daniel Bolejovski has everything to win today. He's very strong in the forest. But what about Loic Berger, Oli? Yesterday he was running very well, and then that mistake, maybe that's the fuel for the victory today.
Yeah, late mistake really cost him in those medal positions. I mean, we were saying to each other earlier, you know, sometimes the pressure athletes, or it can really, really fuel them to perform better the next opportunity. So yeah, interesting to see how he'll compare to Daniel today. Could be a real battle on the cards.
Yeah, so but there's also another several good names there on the start list. Martin Chobot, he was also running very well. He was 6th last year, also one of the guys to look for. David Baumberger from Switzerland, 7th last year, also a name to look for. And then toward the end of the start list, we have Svante Selin. He was running really well during the sprint in Sweden. He's also one name that we should be taken care of. And on the end, very end of the start list, we have 2 names. Hannes Mogensen, Middle Distance Junior World Champion in 2023. And then one of your favorites, Oli, James Hammond.
Yeah, James Hammond, one of the runners. He had a tough yesterday, and he's just as good in the forest. Really, and to those top runners.
And I think that Catherine was saying yesterday that James really prefers the forest compared with the sprints, and he was performing so well yesterday on the sprint. So high expectations for Great Britain today.
Yeah, I mean, we won't put the pressure on, but it would be great to see James performing well. He's still got another year of JWOC left after this year as well, so definitely a lot of potential to see fantastic results from him in the future.
And as for the women's start list, we are now on the women, and here again, the big favorite is the reigning junior world champion in the long distance, Lucy Dietrikova. So she won last year ahead of her teammate Mikaela Novotná, but Mikaela is not here this year due to injury. So the second biggest favorite may be also her teammate Victoria Shkashova. She was bronze medalist last year, but then after that, a lot of names that we should take care. Virma Pelika, Celine Sandvold, the sprint junior world champion from yesterday, Rita Maramaroshi, Evalina Oyanaho, always a threat. Janka Mikes and Ingeborg Musland, those names are really up there.
I can see a lot of these names are so it could be that we get some exciting train action out in the fall day. Runners catching each other, running together, feeding off of each other's route choices. Yeah, going to be really interesting to see how they respond to the runners around them in the forest.
Yeah, it's a little bit common in the JWOC to have some of these pack runners running, because it's even though it's only 2 minutes of start interval, not the 3 that we should look for, but it's such a long start list for this junior championship. For some of these guys, it's going to be like 6 hours in the quarantine. It's a long time there.
As an athlete, how do you manage that amount of time in quarantine?
Yeah, it's hard, and it isn't every athlete. They have like their sort of way to handle this. If you look at big names on the international scheme, some of them they just take the pillow and they just lie there and they try to have some sleep before the race because it's such a long time. Of course, you need to feed and you need to keep hydrated today. That's very important. And here the image of Nea Erzen from Slovenia, currently the leader in the women's class at the finish, 1:28:34. She's leading the women race so far.
Yeah, so still a bit of a gap to the expected winning time, so we're not going to expect her to stay lead, but fantastic on. I mean, potentially the cooler weather this morning might have been a bit of an advantage, but again, some big names still to come.
Yeah, but in the men's class, the leading time by Ludwig Rosen from Sweden, that's already a really good time, 1:17:57, and is like 12 minutes faster than Jonas Fenne Inger, the sprint junior world champion from yesterday. So impressive leave and impressive race by Ludwig Rosen.
Finn Salmadugid could be one to look out for. He was faster in the early splits. We'll see how half of the course, not as experienced as some of the other runners. This is just his first JWOC, but a great start for the British runner.
Yeah, we still have to wait for him to come to the finish. He can still come to maybe a second or a third time currently.
It's like this, and if they say if the shading is too high, just close the iris a little bit.
So Bruno will
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Meantime, we have the first visual from Astia.
Okay, so now we focus. This is the view from the last control. And you see, I think it's Marcos Hirsch coming to the last control. Yes, indeed. And Marcos is now coming to take the second best time in the men's class. He will be more than 7 minutes behind the leading time of Ludwig Rosen, but still, good race for Marcos Hirsch today. And also we saw Maxim Barchuk from Ukraine finishing 1:37.06. This is the time right now in fourth position, but the big news is the second best time by Marcos Hirsch from Norway, 1:25.09. So 7 minutes and 12 seconds behind Ludwig Rosen from Sweden. And out there in the forest, we have some good expectations for Czechia, because I think that's pretty soon on the first TV control. We may see a new best time for Katerina Stepova. So she's started her race in a really good pace. So Katerina Stepova last year 28 on the long distance, 13 on the middle distance. So she's still one more year of junior, and here running really good. And probably she will go to that first TV control with the new best time. The run in, I think a Kiwi here. Yes, Anna Babington coming into the finish, and this is a new fourth best time for her. Happy faces, this what we really like to see. And for New Zealand, of course, last year it was a huge championship with that silver medal for Zefa Favai. It was the best result ever for New Zealand in the men's side. It was a fantastic performance by Zefa Favai.
We are here with Jonas, the sprint world champion from yesterday. How was your race today? Can you tell us?
It was really tough. The legs were tired from yesterday's sprint, and yeah, I didn't have a lot of power in the legs from the start, and struggled a lot with the green areas, and some of the route choices were, yeah, I would say pretty bad. So probably a lot of time loss. Yeah, not ideal.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job today.
And of course, this is a very interesting interview to hear from Jonas Fenne Ingerd. I can tell you that I was looking onto his GPS track, especially from control 3 to control 4, for those of you that are following the tracking. And I think that his route choice there going through the green areas is really not ideal. So he was losing a lot of time and, of course, a lot of power going through that controls. But here, interesting to see the route choice. And like we told you, Ludwig Rosen was very clever. So he goes to the south. This is the best line because he avoids the climbing there. And then he goes in this line to control number 11. This is the best line to avoid the climb and to make the shortest routes possible. So Ludwig Rosen was really looking into the right route choices. And here, even still, very good line here because he's not taking extra climbing to this control number 16. Of course, it's a little bit harder to go from there to the control, and he missed a little bit the entrance to control number 16, but that's the best line to control number 16. Then also safe line into 18, 19, and for the spectators that are interested to know what type of terrain has so many holes in it. Why is this? Is this karstic terrain? This is not karstic terrain. So this is an area where they had like silver mining. So there's a lot of holes in the terrain that were made for silver collecting, not so they are man-made holes. That makes this very interesting, the interesting terrain. Okay. So now in the start line, the fourth place from yesterday's sprint distance, Fanny Delaye. It was an impressive performance from her yesterday. Last year in the JWOC, she was 70 in the sprint. This year, she's fourth. And so we have some good expectations for her race today. Let's see how she can cope with these route choices here in Italy. Okay, and we have seen some small mistakes there to this first control, but again, to this second control, honestly, I think there's no other route choice than what these girls are doing. Maybe you can cut a little bit through the forest, but yeah, you are just going up the slope to come down again. So this is the line to go to control number 2. I don't think that we will see anybody else doing something different during today's race. Then some small mistake there for Annika Stenner. And then Nea Erzen really taking a mistake there, going on the right way, but she was trying to execute the right route choice to this line. I think it pays up to go a little bit more like Anna Baggington is, because then you don't have any extra climbing to do. And then using that path closer to the line to go into the control. But so good to see Nea Erzen from Slovenia performing quite well today. Again, it's not only is about the victory, it's always something about making the best results for your own country. That's also a landmark. And for her, the best results from Slovenia was in 2022 in the JWOC in Portugal by Katja Babic. At that time, Katja Babic from Slovenia was in 21st position. Now into the finish, Kaja Elenius from Sweden, and this is going to be the new best time in the women's class. Yes, 1:26:19 for her, so 2 minutes and 15 seconds faster than Nea Erzen. Yeah, good run for Kaisa. And at the second TV control in the women's class, we also have a new best time there. And this is a clear new best time by Mina Sophie Winstedt. We know the name by the father, Emil Winstedt. Emil was running for Sweden, but he is living in Halden in Norway for many years. And Mina, the daughter, is running here for Norway. And she passed that second TV control with a gap of 9 minutes over Kaisa Elenius. So really good to see Mina Sophie Winstedt performing well. So she's now on the leg to control number 15. So let's see what the route choice is for the spectators and the viewers that are looking into the tracking. Sometimes it seems like the runners are stopping, but the connection in the forest in some parts are not ideal. So we need to be a little bit patient before the data comes in. Now some pictures from the terrain with Marie Krovdal from Norway, and you can see really what is going on these greener areas of the terrain. And you see the holes there. That is the sort of holes that the map has a lot. Oh. So you see how slow it is to run in the forest in some parts.
Yeah, and it looks like we're also about to get a new JWOC to Finland flying start to.
Yeah, and in the men's class, also really interesting to check the time of Hapo Jirkajärvi from Finland. Is running on a speed very close to the leader, Ludwig Rosen. So he's about 30 seconds slower at the pre-warning to the second TV control. Let's see if we can have him passing at the second TV control. And before we have the time for him, also really good time at the pre-finish. Now the Portuguese, Tiago Oliveira, but he needs to go and punch the last control. He was performing so well yesterday on the sprint, and here this is his first experience at the JWOC level in the long distance. So hand of applause for him. E aqui uma palavra em português para Tiago Oliveira. Of course, he's not happy with this performance, but still coming to the finish line, completing his course. But now we are waiting for Marie Kravdal, because she may come to be the next leader in the women's class. This will be so clear. Yes, indeed. It will be a clear new best time by Marie Kravdal. So here she comes into the run-in, and look at the time. It's going to be more than 10 minutes advantage by Marie Kravdal from Norway. Impressive performance from her. So the leading time, now we are getting closer and closer to the expected winning time from her. 1 hour, 15 minutes and 7 seconds for Marie Kravdal, the new leader in the women's class. Yeah, we can hear the arena speaker talking about 1:15 as the expected winning time, but the expected winning time should be around 1 hour and 10. And I think that's both in the men and in the women. We will go close, if not below, that expected winning time. So you see here, Maria Kravdal really going with good lines between the control. And we saw the running camera following her there on the downhill to control number 20. So you saw how steep the downhill and how green that forest really is. And yeah, we are still hoping that Ollie will join in a little bit. In the meantime, I will keep going with the commentary, trying to focus on both classes at the same time. It's always challenging not to miss anything. But I think now coming into the finish is another Kiwi. Yes, Eddie Swine. And Eddie coming into a new second best time in the men's class. So really good performance by the New Zealander. So he's going to do a time around 1 hour 24 and some seconds. We have to wait for the official time. Well, he's praying to God, but he did a really good race. Good enough for second spot so far. You see Eddie running the same route choice, and again, this is the good line. maybe there he is losing sometimes because he's going slightly lower on the slope, and then he needs to climb all the way to control number 11. So the line from Ludwig Rosen is the ideal line between control 10 and 11 on the men's class. And also here, the line from Rosen is best because he's avoiding going down to then come up to the control. So two route choices that were really decisive, and this course today is all about choosing the right route choices, and on those shorter legs executing it without any type of mistakes. And the good news here for Great Britain is that Finn Selmer de Guut is running really well, and pretty soon, probably, we may have a new best time at the finish. Here comes Finn. Oh, and the time is counting for him. It's so close between him and Ludwig Rosen into the finish line. He needs to sprint all the way there to see, and I think that this may well be, yes indeed, a new best time for Finn Selmer de Guut. 1 second faster than Ludwig Rosen. Fantastic to see. I know Ollie should be so excited about his performance, and he really performed quite well.
So we're here with the current leader, Marie Kravdal. How was your race today?
I did a mistake to the first control and then ran wrong to the second, so it was quite stressful in the beginning, but then I found the flow and ran pretty good the rest of the race.
Okay, thank you so much. How are you gonna manage the other forest races from now on?
My main goal is championship in the middle distance, so I hope to recover well and do better then.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
And now into the run-in, Grieta Granskalna from Latvia coming into a new second best time in the women's class at like 8:26 behind Marie Kravdal. And it's so many interesting things happening. So many interesting things happening with Nia Schindler from Australia passing at the first radio control with a new second best time. In fact, there we heard that Marie Kravdal missed the first control, and then she managed to do a good race after that. But Nia Schindler is in fact there 3 minutes faster than Marie Kravdal. So you see here, and I think that even Finn, he's doing okay. He's doing the good line there, not going so down into the slope as we saw it before. Let's see the route choice here to control. Yeah, whew. So he's taking the... it would be very interesting to see just a comparison for this leg between the two of them, because I think like Ludwig Rosen lost a little bit of time into control number 16, but I think his line, if they execute it quite well, can be faster than the one going quite straight. But it was a tight race between these two guys, and Great Britain in the lead.
So, great performance today. How was your race?
It was really, really clean. I managed to slow down when I needed to in the pity sections, make sure I was on my line and taking off the features that I knew were coming. And yeah, really clean. Maybe not as quick as I would like, but I was more focused on the navigation.
Thank you. How did you train for today's race?
Hills, lots of hills. Yeah, getting out, doing as much orienteering as possible back at home in kind of similar terrain, sort of like slopey, hilly, technical terrain. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job today.
Okay. A lot of
And it was really a fantastic performance by Finn Selmer Dugwid. 1:17.56 is the leading time at the finish in the men's class.
Yeah, and another Brit at the to head into the forest. Tommy from a family of elite orators. His mum's EB.
So the current standings at the finish with the top three: Finn Selmer Dugwid, Ludwig Rosen and Eddie Lane. So Great Britain, Sweden and New Zealand on the podium of the men's class so far. As for the women, Marie Kravdal, Kaya Alenius, oh no, Grite. So we don't have here in my screen Grieta Granstalmuka from Latvia, second position, third position for Kaisa Alenius from Sweden. This is the top three in the women's class, and in the women's class we are very interested to see how Mina Sophie Winstead is doing. She was running really well, and she's leading at the second TV control with a 3 minutes advantage over Marie Kravdal. Mina Sophie already on her way to control number 18, so pretty soon we will start waiting for her here at the finish line. Oh, such a good pictures from the terrain, lovely forest with Adam Zrikadevzeli from Czechia. He was making a very weird route choice to control number 11. He was going through the forest, through the pit area a lot, going around a lot. I think he has lost a lot of time on that route choice. But still he's coming here into the finish. This can be maybe a new fifth best time for him. In contention to become the new fifth best. Yes, indeed. So I think he has more than time. He has time to come into the finish and become the new fifth best in the men's class. So he's 10 minutes and 48 seconds out of the pace of Finn Selmer Dugwid. Yeah, he's making the first analyze on the route choice. I'm sure that he will understand that probably he did not make the best route choice between some of the controls. And now on the finish line, waiting for Ruth Goosh from Great Britain. 1 hour and 28 minutes of running for her. She will definitely come into a new top 5. Here she comes. So he comes into the finish, and this will be a new fifth best time in the women's class for her. Yes, sixth position. In fact, sixth position. I'm missing the Latvian runner here on the live results. Probably all of you have the same problem. So yes, sixth position for the British. Already cooling down, Ruth Goosh. 1:29.09, so 14 minutes off the pace of the current leader, Marie Kravdal from Norway. And now the time is passing, and I think that in a few minutes we will have Mina Sofie Winstedt coming to the running and into the finish. Now Felicia Persson. And Felicia Persson will come into a new second best time, women's class. Good speed into the running and into a new second best time, 2:57 off the pace of Marie Kravdal. And also Dora Delic from Croatia finishing her course, and she is coming into a new third best time. Yeah, so it seems like all the girls are taking this south route choice into the control. This route choice, I was making the comparison, is I think 100 meters longer than the route choice if you go to the north. But it has less climbing, and the way into the control is much easier than if you come to the north. But it will be interesting to see if some of the girls will go there on that route choice.
From Spain, finish line, Monica, David Armisen, Spain, at the start of Bulgaria, and here we are, with the strong Norway, out of finish line, from third, Ida Koskinen, and from New Zealand.
Now in the start line, in the women's class, I think we have Elsa Kaipe from Sweden.
I have never used it for myself. Excellent. What about today's race in your performance? Thank you. I have researched that for myself, so I will back to you.
Okay, so the news from Bulgaria not yet.
We're here with Felicia Persson. How was your race today? Tell us about it.
It was good in the beginning, but then I made a very big mistake on the control.
Goal was 26-22.
Then the rest of the race.
And we have another effective race. After 47 minutes, they continue shoulder to shoulder. Mina
Straight more in the field.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
There are 6 seconds in favor of Mina Winsted.
So yes, I have Felicia Persson here. So how was you feeling with this match? Did you get a nice engagement with this terrain? You satisfied? What about the route choices you had to make? It's mostly path or forest. And how you felt all along with that? It seems that you might have a couple choices here to make.
Yeah, so what we were looking into the pictures was the second TV control, and who did we saw passing there? Katarina Stepova from Czechia with the new best time.
I think it's
3 minutes ahead of Marie Kravdal at that point. Only 2 seconds faster than Mina Sofie Winstedt. We are now waiting for Mina Sofie Winstedt to the finish. She will be here. And she has been losing a little bit of time compared with Marie Kravdal. So at the second TV control, she was 3 minutes faster, and now only 1 minute and a half faster than Marie Clavel. But I think it's going to be good enough leading position for the young Norwegian runner born in 2007. So she still has a lot of JWOCs ahead of her.
Runner already in the arena, Martina Pinkston could be here as a new leadership. Faster than Canada, and here we are.
Yeah, so here comes Mina Sofiv instead, and this is now the new leading time in the women's class. Very, very young runner from Norway here, performing extremely well on this long distance and setting the new best time. Now closer and closer to the expected winning time, 1:13:24, 1:42 faster than Marie Kravdal from Norway. So two Norwegian girls on the first two positions. And I think that is nothing to analyze there for the last part of the race.
To see that face. Please double check. Please double check. The face of Mina Kravdal is telling us everything. I don't have
Yeah, so trying to check here what was going on.
much better, Alexander, if you will. Mina.
Yeah, she has lost. Yeah, now I can understand. She has lost some time into control number 16, but we are going to see the comparison. So you saw that Maria Kravdal, she lost some time on the first control there. So she was behind during all the race. And here Mina Sophie doing the best line into that 8 control. This is a line that the runners need to take if they want to be the leaders and be the fastest on this leg. This is the good line through that controls. Now into the second TV control. Jamie Woolford from Australia and Jonas Vogel from Switzerland, the fastest one. Jonas Vogel punching there, 6th best time for him, 2 minutes off the pace of him, Selmer Dugwit. Also, Rahel Goods from Switzerland. She has passed that second TV control. And 31 seconds slower than Marie Kravdal. But something happened here with Mina Sophie Windstel, because at least on my screen, it seems like she has mispunched one of the controls. Let's see if everything was correct or if some mistake happened. So if this means that still in the lead is Marie Kravdal from Norway.
Yeah, so Rahil Good sitting in second place at the moment, 30 seconds down on the lead of the Norwegian athlete that leads.
Yeah, so let's try to see what was going on here. Oh, yo, she forgot to punch control number 19.
Yeah, it looks like she was just
there.
Just planning too far ahead, got ahead of herself with the navigation there. It's a shame to see because she's had such a brilliant run.
Yeah, but still, it's a good positive feedback from her. She's so young, so she still has 2 more junior world engineering championships ahead of her. And she still has the middle distance and the relay ahead of her for this JWOC 25.
Definitely, yeah, lots more opportunities. This is Riley Croxford from New Zealand heading out into the forest.
Yeah, so for Riley, last year he was outside, or 2 years ago, he was outside of the top 100. Last year he was already in the top 100 of the long distance. So he's for sure aiming to improve his result on this year's long distance. The start line now, Letonen from Finland, 14 on the Youth European Championships 24 long distance. And we should always count on the Finns to do good results on these JWOCs. And Ollie, do you know, again, the biggest favorite for today's race in the women's class is Lucia Dietrikova. She could win her second gold medal in the long distance in JWOC, but there is one runner internationally that has 3 gold medals. Do you know who it is? This is a tricky question.
Ooh, you're testing me there. You might have to tell me.
Well, it's not Simona Abersold. She has 2 gold medals. It's an older athlete that is now a coach. So Ida Bobak from Denmark is the only female athletes in the junior class to have 3 gold medals in the long distance. She was really dominating her class in the juniors.
Yeah, it's very impressive. We'll see if Lucy Dietrikova can match her. Definitely very exciting to see the prospect of the Czech athlete. Obviously, the Czechs last year absolutely dominated the long in the women's class, getting the bronze, silver and gold medals.
Now Nathan Filbert into the forest. First time at the Junior World Orienteering Championships, but last year we was 17 on the Youth European Orienteering Championships long distance. And now it should be the British Freya Triner to start, Holly.
Yeah, Freya Triner, part of a big orienteering family. Be excited to see how she gets on in the forest today. Definitely a big physical runner. So have a look at the GPS for the leaders of the men's class. Current leader at the finish is still Finn Selma Dugard of Great Britain.
Yeah, so in fact he was gaining some time on this straighter route choice compared with Ludwig Rosen.
Though he's given himself a lot more climb by going that route.
Yeah, but he said that he was really training the uphills during all winter long, so for sure his legs are prepared for this.
Yeah, definitely a physical runner. Hopefully soon, here she is. This is Ellie Punto, and this is a new lead at TV2, so that's control number 14. And that's a big lead of over 4 minutes, so a fantastic start to the course for Ellie Punto.
Yeah, she was, we talked about her at the first radio control. She was already leading there with 3 minutes advantage. Now she keeps running very well, and now the gap is 4 minutes over Marie Kravdal, the leader at the finish.
Leander Weilemann at the start then, running for Switzerland. Heading off into the forest. It's definitely getting warmer here in Italy. I can see some very hot athletes coming out of the forest.
And like we talked a little bit between ourselves, it's like the strategy. If you want to go early or late, it's very tricky to decide, because if you go too early, there's no paths at all in the terrain. And if you go too late, it may be very hot. So it's a tricky decision if you start early, middle or late.
Yeah, definitely about figuring out what is right for you as an athlete, whether you can deal with those temperatures or whether you can deal with the physicality of the terrain earlier on in the day. And at TV2 now, we should be looking out for Corsin Müller of Switzerland. who looks to be closing in on the time of Great Britain's Finn Salmadugid, 3 seconds faster at the pre-warning. So we'll look out for him emerging from the forest to punch that second radio control.
Yeah, so Kirsten Muller was running very well yesterday on the sprint. It was 7 just outside of the podium, and here performing very well, setting the best time there.
Yeah, 6-second lead at that point. Finn Salmadugid not showing up on that graphic. And here you can see what the terrain's looking like. Some pretty good runability, but also some dense sections of low visibility.
And so Aapo Virkajärvi on his way to the last control. Really nice forest running. And Aapo coming into what's maybe the new third best time in the men's class.
Yeah, definitely challenging for a medal spot at the finish. Yeah, that looks pretty secure for third spot at the finish, just ahead of Swain, just behind Rosen, with Finn Salmadugid still leading.
Yeah, so third position at the finish for Aapo Virkajärvi. 3 minutes and 7 seconds slower than Finn Selmer. So looking good for Great Britain so far, Ollie.
Yeah, Finn was one of my outside picks. He's one of the youngest members of the GB team, but he's been performing really, really well recently, especially in the UK. So I was excited to see what he would be able to do in a physical race, especially a classic.
The question is, will it hold on? Or I don't think so, because I think they will really go close to 1 hour and 10, the best guys.
Yeah, still got 6 minutes to catch up of that estimated winning time, so we'll see what happens, because anything can happen, obviously. So looking at the execution then on the long leg. Lots of different route choices there.
Yeah, but the line is to go to the north there, and then you have the choice to do either what Ludwig Rosen did or with what Finn did. Finn, you are going a little bit down in the slope, and then you have to climb a little bit. What Ludwig did is he climbed already in the beginning, and then it's quite straightforward to the control. Both of the lines are okay.
Yeah, it really just depends. Yeah, it depends on what suits the athlete. But looking out soon for Corson Muller, who's obviously just 6 seconds ahead of Finn Salmadugid at that point. Still a good amount of time until we can expect to see him at the finish, though. This is Siki Lee from China, heading out onto the course.
And now the Italian in the start line, Riccardo Granzotto. No, not Ric. It seems like an Italian name. It is an Italian name. Riccardo Granzotto there to start.
Looking out at the finish, though, for a potential new bronze medalist at the finish. Looking out for Violette Dufy.
Yes, this will be a clear third best time at the finish line for Violette Dupuy for sure, Ollie. 1 hour 19 minutes, so she has a 3 minutes advantage over Grietta. So yeah, Violette will come into the third spot, preliminary third spot at the finish line.
It's still Krabdahl that's leading after the miss punch from Minna Vingstedt. There she is, emerging from the forest, working hard all the way to the final control. And she'll head down into the finish then for a new third best time so far.
And also Filip Bukovac from Slovakia, sorry, into the finish. And I think for him a new fourth best time.
Yeah, brilliant finish. Still looking very strong even after a long run out there. He looks very pleased with that as well.
This Slovakia team is missing on the start list the biggest name, Filip Jančík. He's not on the start list. I don't know exactly what happens, if he's saving his energy to the middle distance or if he's sick, I'm not sure, but he's not on the start list, and that is a little bit weird because this Slovakia team is very, very good for the relay on Thursday.
Yeah, definitely contenders. Looking here at the GPS for the leaders of the women's race.
And you see how Violette Dupuy is leading after the mistake of Marie Kravdal in the first control of the race.
Yeah, so potentially about to see a mistake from Dupuy or maybe a different route choice to Kravdal.
I think that Marie, this small different route choice, but Marie is running faster than Violette.
Yeah, much quicker pace.
And better line into this control number 8 from Marie Kravdal for sure. So Violette lost some time on route choice and some hesitations there. So Maya Rena from Belgium into the finish. New 9th best time, 16:37 off the pace of the current leader, Marie Kravdal.
How tricky do you think it is for the runners to balance their speed with their navigation out there?
Well, I think today it can be tricky because you have these longer legs that will be mostly running on pads. So you really need to choose the good line using the pads as much as possible, because as we've seen, running in the forest is not as fast as it may seem. But then you need to execute these shorter legs that are more of a middle distance type of legs. So you need to execute them quite well. Otherwise, you will lose time that you can gain on the longer legs. So it's a tricky balance. And sometimes you are on the path and you know, okay, now I need to run 500 meters there, and you try to disconnect a little bit mentally. And then when you need to focus again, you are a little bit late and you make mistakes. So.
And it must be quite difficult to balance the execution of the short, snappy legs whilst also planning ahead for the long legs to make sure you're finding the optimum route for those.
Yeah, here I think the secret is, and I've talked because I have a coaching role in the Portuguese national team. So when we were preparing for this, I'm more with the elite level athletes, but I talk with the juniors and I said, sometimes you just need to stop. If you are in the long leg and you were executing the short legs, you need to stop and take your route choice, take your time. If we look at the best guys in the world, they are not afraid to stop and choose the right line. You can lose so much time to take the wrong line into the terrain. It's much better to stop 10 seconds and just pick the right line to the terrain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, comparing a 10-second hesitation to maybe even like a 2 to 5 minute mistake, you're really going to favor that slight hesitation just to make sure you get it bang on.
And here, like, you can even not do a mistake, Like on the route choices, you can like choose your line, do it perfectly. But if you choose the wrong line, you will lose so much time because it's so hilly. And if you go into the forest, especially on these greener parts, it's so tough that, yeah, it pays up to stop and really choose the right line between the controls.
So we don't control the EV goes from here, so I can now
So now the Estonian, Chris Marcos Kraf, into the finish. New 7th best time for him, 7:53, behind the current leader in the men's class, Finn Selmer. How do you pronounce it in British?
Finn Salmadugid
Oh,
from Scotland.
Scottish.
But only one runner has gone faster than Finn Salmadugid so far. That was Switzerland's Corson Muller.
Yeah, but it's just 6 seconds of difference. So yeah, 6
So we'll
seconds is
see.
nothing in this type of terrain.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the course goes for Muller and how that will compare to Finn Salmadugid's time.
In the finish line, the Israeli Yuval Kalstein, currently 19th spot for him.
And it looks like we've got a pre-warning for a new lead at the finish. Katerina Stepova from Czechia has gone through the pre-warning with about a minute and a half's lead.
Yes, indeed. She will be the next leader at the finish. But first, a good shout out here for Nea Schindler. So currently on the top 5. But now the news here for Katerina Stepova into the finish and into the new best time in the women's class.
Yeah, seeing her emerge from the forest shortly. It's a pretty strong lead as well. Decent amount of time ahead of the Norwegian Kravdal. So looking for her. I think I can see her now heading out of the forest.
And she was 28 on the long distance last year in Czechia. And for sure she will improve the result this year, going into the lead right now.
Yeah, really strong finish as she heads towards the finish line, really sprinting even at the end of a long distance, and that is a new leading time then. So 1 hour 13:13, which is just 3 minutes off of the expected winning time. That's a brilliant performance then for the Czechian athlete.
Yeah, so balance of happy faces with knowing that probably she could have done a little bit better in some parts. Yeah, you see there the mistake from Kravdal. Oh, a hard one. Hard one, but she corrected. She didn't go into the wrong route choice. So,
Yeah, definitely. I think saved herself a bit more time lost by turning back on herself there.
Yeah, because if you go on to that line, then it would be huge time loss, much bigger than if she turned back. You see Katarina Stepova running really well. And here, the fourth from yesterday, Fanny Delaye at the TV control, and this is the new best time for her. So again, strong performance by the French Fanny Delaye. Amazing to see how much she has improved in 1 year.
Absolutely, and it's also interesting to see her taking that time to plan that route, to be able to execute it well.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. In this type of the terrain, if you don't plan the route choice ahead, like if you have a control where that is tricky and you really need to be in map contact to not lose time, you get to the control, you don't have it planned, stop, choose the good line, and then execute it, because it will pay up in the end. And for Fanny, for sure, it will pay up. And Holly, you know what the result from Fanny Delaye was on last year's long distance JWOC?
Go on, what was it?
51. So yeah, I think
Oh,
she's on the
so
way to another huge improvement. So shout out for Fanny Delaye today again.
yeah, massive development in the course of the year. That's brilliant to see.
Very good effort today for Katerina. How was your race today?
It was nice. My legs were a bit sore after yesterday's race, but I didn't do any mistakes or just a few smaller ones. So I'm quite happy with my performance.
How did you approach the long legs?
Uh, like I was trying to find the best route choice in advance, and then just do what I decided to do and don't change my plans in the middle of the leg. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
So that was great to hear from the current leader at the finish in the women's class, Katerina Stepova. And looking into the forest now, following some of the athletes is Rahel Good of Switzerland.
Yeah, so
She looks
Rahel
very strong.
and she's on the right to the finish line. Right now, fighting for a place among the top 5. She will not beat the time of Katerina Stepova for sure. I think she could come into a new 5th best time.
Yeah, looking strong through the forest towards the end of the course. Looking out for her at the
Yeah. So here she comes. So it is, I think, even still possible for her to go into a new 4th best time. Yes, indeed. So this will be a new 4th best time for Rahel Good from Switzerland.
Yeah, so about 6 minutes off the pace of Stepova, but still a solid effort out in the heat out there today.
And the runners look quite composed as they are coming into the run-in.
Yeah, I mean, if I'd been running for about 80 minutes in that heat, I don't think I'd look as composed as these guys are.
Yeah, you will go down to the floor and just breathe for 5 minutes there. You would expect something like that. If we were looking at Tove Alexanderson, for sure, she will go down to the floor and be there resting
Of
for a few
course.
minutes.
She leaves everything out in the forest, doesn't she?
Yeah, all the way to the finish. She's so good. Yeah, so here the comparison between Rahel Good and Katerina Stepova, the leader at the finish. And everybody on the women's class taking this south route choice to control number 15 again. Oi, 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 oi. So there's a mistake by Rahel. Oi.
Yeah, heading into
Probably,
that pit section, proving tricky. I mean,
I
if you've
think
not
that-
got a solid attack point, it's going to be hard to find the right pit in there.
Yeah, but she was on the wrong side of that swampy area. So I think that in some part she thought that she was navigating to control 19. But now Eli Punto, and this is the clear new best time for Finland.
Yeah, big lead heading towards the final control. Just less than 4 minutes.
Yes, and now we are really going close to the expected winning time, if not below the 1 hour and 10-minute mark for Eli Punto. She was the reigning junior sprint world champion, and she didn't perform yesterday, but today, really strong performance by Eli Punto. 1 hour, 9 minutes and 37 seconds, the new leading time in the women's class.
And the punto of the finish line. As a leader, Isabella questa Finland at the start, Poland and Finland showing their best chances for the longest run of today here in the Junior World Olympic Championship. Your score on this line. Clear, so the finish line in clear.
Vogel now looking to challenge the medal positions at the finish. This will be a new third fastest time. He looks absolutely thrilled with that performance.
So the new third best time for Jonas Vogel at the finish, but still Finn Selmer Dugvids leading the men's race. Now into the forest, Sondre Alausen from Norway. He was on the top 10 last year, so let's see if he can improve his results today. And not so long until we have the starts of the main favorite.
So we're here with the
Daniel
current
Boyarsky.
leader of today's long distance. How did it go?
Quite well, I think. I didn't make any big mistakes, but little hesitating, so yeah, quite okay. So I'm quite satisfied.
How did you manage the heat today?
Yeah, this was okay, like because I was quite early in the forest, so yeah, it wasn't that bad like yesterday or in sprint relay. So yeah, quite okay.
Thank you so much. Good effort today.
So Ellie Punto leading the women's race by 3 minutes and 36 seconds at the moment. So we'll see how she did that with her GPS tracking.
Yeah, so pretty same and similar start of the course between Katerina Stepova and Ellie Punto. Then a small mistake there for Stepova into control number 5. Same line all the way by the two runners here. But Ellie has a good line there into control number 8. This was really clever by Ellie Punto. So there she got a good gap on this route choice to control number 11. Then she was the first one to go through the north as we expected. It's much shorter distance to go through that north, and you see the gap that she managed to get over Katarina Stepova by making that route choice to control number 15, and then the mistake there by Stepova to control 16. So two really good route choices by Ellie Punto, both for control 11 and for control 15, makes her the leader in the finish line.
Yeah, Punto definitely just keeping composed for the final parts of that course and really, really executing it well. Has got those extra seconds, even minutes, towards the final part of the course.
Yeah, but we are already below the expected winning time in the women's class, 1 hour, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. So the expected winning time was 1 hour and 10. And maybe we will still go below this. Still some big names on the start list to go out.
Yeah, obviously the favourite for us is, of course, Lucy Dichakova, who is looking to defend her title from last year.
And she will start in 2 minutes time. So pretty soon we will have her at the finish. At the start line. And then probably 1 hour and some minutes after at the finish line.
Looking out then for some more athletes at the finish, and this is our second TV control, number 14 for both the men and the women. This looks like a good run from our Ukrainian athlete, Kropyvinska.
Yeah, so Katerina into 6 spots right there. So really good race for her so far. And as for the men's class, what we are waiting now is for Corsin Müller from Switzerland. He is the big threat over the leading time of Finn.
Yeah, it was very tight at TV split 2, just 6 seconds in it, and obviously still some big changes can happen in the last part of the course. But at the start now, our big favourite for today and the defending JWOC long champion, Lucy Ditrikova. What can we expect from her today?
Well, she's the big star. She's the big favorite for all the forest races. She's the reigning long distance champion. She's the reigning middle distance champion. So she's the one that we expect to win today.
She looks very calm and composed at the start. Head down straight away and into the forest.
And yeah, sometimes it's also hard to cope with the pressure of being the main favorites. It's not easy.
It's
yeah,
all down to how you handle that pressure.
yeah, it's hard for us to speak, but probably it's harder for her to cope with it. She has won the long distance junior world championships 2 years in a row. She may be the second female athlete to do this 3 times in a row. So it's amazing for Lucy Ditrikova. And now Corsin Müller on his way to the finish.
Looks like he's pulled up some time on Finn Salmadugid, and he is heading into the final control. The crowd is going crazy in the arena.
Yeah, so his GPS stopped a little bit here on my screen, but yeah, he's running very well into the finish. New clear best time in the men's class. Corsin Müller from Switzerland, the first athlete to go below 1 hour and 17. So 1:16:31. Happy face for him at the finish. 1:25 faster than Finn Selmer.
Yeah, brilliant run there from the Swiss athlete. He was just 6 seconds ahead, so he's managed to pull up a good minute and a half over the second part of that course. Really impressive to keep your composure, keep the speed up, and finish strongly. Big sprint into the finish as well. He looks absolutely thrilled with that performance.
And it will be so interesting to make the comparison. I'm sure that we'll have the GPS comparison in a few seconds, because yeah, here we go. Yeah, I would really like to see, because he was losing that. So this is the different route choice to control number 11. When I was preparing the broadcast, this was the south route choice was the route choice that I thought it was the best one, because you will avoid all the climbing, and it's really good line into the terrain to that control number 11. So we should definitely have a comparison there, and you see that Corsin Müller was gaining time on everybody on that longer leg. He lost some time on the early part of the race, so at the first TV control he was 1 minute behind, but at the finish line he's 1:25 behind, so he gained time on that long leg. And he also was executing it quite well on the last part of the course.
It looks like he's almost sped up towards the end of the course as well, which is very impressive to see.
Yeah. And he seemed to be so fresh coming in that run-in, and a happy face. When you are smiling in the end, it means like you still have some more energy to give.
Yeah, it's amazing what adrenaline can do at the end of a 70-minute race. A fantastic performance there from the Swiss athlete. So current leaders Corsin Müller and Ellie Punto.
Now Axeli Pesso, that we saw yesterday, making that huge mistake on the sprint, coming into the finish, and I think this is a current 11th spot for him. Yes, 11 spots, 10:24 off the pace of Corsin Müller. And as for the women's class, not the best of starts for the reigning junior sprint world champion Celine Sandvold. She passed the first pre-warning 2 minutes and 30 seconds off the pace of Eli Punto.
Of course, Eli Punto has gone a bit quicker than the estimated winning time, though. Her time could hold for quite some time.
Yeah, and in the JWOC, we never know when we have the winning performance. The start list is not seeded, so this means that, yeah, Eli Punto can well be the junior world champion in the long distance. We still have some hours of start list, but it may well be.
Emily Gibbons at the finish now, looking for a top 20 as she emerges from the terrain. Strong finish for the Brit. This is her first JWOC. So this is the GPS tracking of Emily Gibbons in comparison to the current leader, Eli Punto.
Yeah, I think for the women's route choice, this route choice seems to be the best, but Emily Gibbons was making some weird things in the middle of the leg there. So Eli Punto was choosing the right one.
A bit of indecisiveness there from Emily Gibbons, but nailed the entrance to the control and recovered well from those little wobbles. And she'll be pleased with a top 20 at the finish so far.
Yeah, but the route choice by Eli Punto into control number 15 is brilliant. She really gained time there. Now Tomáš Urbanek from Czechia into the finish. Top 10 for him right now. I think he's going to be the new 8th best time at the finish line.
Yeah, strong performance. Just not enough to be up there with the leaders. And an interview with the current leader then. Let's hear from Corson Müller.
Okay, so we're here with Corson Müller, the current leader of today's long distance. How was your race today?
It was really good. I didn't make any mistakes except I went in the wrong direction just after the control, but I could correct immediately. Yeah, it was really tough, but I tried to push really hard.
Okay, was it hard to manage speed and reading the map today?
I could read the map a lot on the long routes, so I was already prepared when it became a bit more difficult. So it went quite good, but it was difficult between the holes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job today.
Great to hear from the leader. So Corson Müller, the first to go into the finish with a lead.
And it's good to see the happy face from him. Yeah, he's taking... When I was planning, if I was running the course, Corson Müller's route choice was the one that I would do in the men's class. I think this may well be the best line between the controls.
I think because it's a bit further away from the red line, it might not be as obvious to see, but it's definitely benefited him.
Yeah, it's compared to it's like 400 meters more. I've made the calculations and I was preparing it, so it's 400 meters more, but it has less climbing than if you do the route choice like Ludwig and Finn were doing. But that's more like a Swiss route choice. So yeah.
Looks like we've got a pre-warning for Fanny Delahaye from France, who's going to look to challenge the medals.
Yeah, and it's again a really strong performance from her today. Really, really strong. She's coming into a medal position so far, so really good to see. I think she's coming into a new second best time almost for sure. So in the NBA they have this most improved player of the year, and Fanny Delahaye is fighting for that prize in this Junior World Champion. But first, Nea Schindler from Australia into the finish. Good top 6 results so far for her.
Yeah, she's had a great run there within 11 minutes of the lead of Punto. But looking out then here, she is Fanny Delahaye. Will look to challenge the medal spots as she storms into the finish. Just over a minute down on the time of Ellie Punto, but what a performance from the French athlete and what a development from last year. It's fantastic to see such a big improvement over the course of such a small amount of time.
No, and she's very young. She was born in 2007, so she still has 2 more Junior World Championships to go. And here, performing so well, 1 hour, 10 minutes and 50 seconds, only 1 minute and 13 seconds off the pace of Ellie Punto. So, and she's also taking that good route choice to number 15. So yeah, she's executing it well, having the physical part there. She's for sure one of the runners that we need to pay attention in the future. Maybe here she could cut a little bit that corner there, but she didn't want to make that that cuts there. But still, really good to see right now in silver medal position the French girl Fanny Delahaye.
Yeah, definitely an athlete with a lot of potential for the future. We've had a great start from the Danish athlete. Jokumesen has gone into the pre-TV with a 3rd position spot so far, so it will look out for him at the TV control. See how he compares to the times of Corsin Müller and Finn Selma Dugid at that point.
And now we have, this is the first pictures I think we have. I think this is TV number 1.
Yeah, you can see the terrain.
Yeah.
Terrain looking quite runnable in places, but also quite thick in other places. Definitely lots of variation out there with the visibility and the physicality. Here this is Thomas.
And now the biggest favorite in the men's class, Daniel Boleowski, going into the terrain with a huge task of becoming the 3rd Czech to win a gold medal in the long distance at the Junior World Orienteering Championships.
He's
Only
already
2
got
guys done it before.
He's already got a bronze in a long JWOC, but he's going to look to upgrade that today.
Yeah, but in the history, in the full history of the Junior World Orienteering Championships, only Jiri Kasta in 2000 and Pavel Kubat in 2010 were long-distance Junior World Champions for Czechia. And I think Daniel Boleowski is one of the guys that has the capability to do so, but there are so good names on the start list that he really needs to perform quite well today. Now this is the comparison between the current leader, Kirsten Muller, and Niels Jokunsen from Denmark into that first TV control.
Yeah, he got off to a flying start up in third spot, just behind Finn Selmadugid at that point. Looking out for him then at the TV split. Should be seeing him emerge from the forest very shortly.
And you can see that the forest is not as open as it may seem. So, yeah, on these shorter legs, you really need to pay some attention to your navigation, because otherwise you will lose time on these shorter legs, and you really don't want to lose time. So it's best if you keep focus and read the terrain, read the map quite carefully in these shorter legs and eat the control quite well. And then if you have a longer leg, you can stop, see the best line between the controls, and then go out and execute it.
Kaipe then at TV2. That's a good performance so far for the Swedish athlete. Inside the top 10, can she push for a top 5 between there and the finish?
Yeah, so Elsa Kaipe, she's fighting for the top 10, and she was running together with the Portuguese Leonor Ferreira. Of course, I need to talk about her, Ollie. She's well in line to become the best Portuguese ever on the long distance on JWOC. Yeah, good to see.
Yeah, another athlete with good potential. Of course, it's not always about winning the medals, it's about performing well for the country. And yeah, seeing how you can make history with your team.
Yeah, of course. When you are coaching, you always say there's not only one winner in the end. There are so many people that are winning. And the victory is not only becoming the gold medalist, but is improving your best results, doing good races. And on this championship, also the social part. So meeting people from other places of the world is also very important. And I'm not sure if you've seen it, onto the finish line, Tida Pavai from New Zealand into 13th position, still very young. So the younger sister of Zefa Pavai, the silver medalist in the long distance from last year, here also performing in a very good fashion.
Also just seeing quite a big mistake there from the Danish athlete. Hopefully he can rectify that fairly soon. But here we've got an Italian athlete heading towards the finish. The arena's probably about to get quite excited because he's had a really good performance here.
And they should be, because it's a really good performance by Paride Gaio from Italy. He's fighting for a place among the top 15 right now. I think he's going to be the new 12th best time in the finish line. Yes, indeed. So 12th best time, 10 minutes off the pace of Kirsten Muller, but still really good race by Paride Gaio. Here, of course, the best result ever for Italy was by Ilian Angeli. And it's good to see that Ilian is coming back to competition after 1 year of break. It's good for orienteering to have this type of talent running.
Yeah, and here's the Danish athlete that we saw making that quite significant mistake up at the TV control. He's flying now, though.
He's flying, but he's making a mistake, and I think that the camera there should start focusing on another runner, but on the opposite gender, because pretty soon Lucy Dietrichova will pass that first TV control, and she is flying already. She's really flying.
I mean,
she will pass,
it's exactly what we expected, isn't it, from the Czech athlete?
She's really performing well, really doing her job so far. At the pre-warning to the TV control, she's already 1 minute faster than Eli Punto, so really strong start by Lucy Dietrichova.
The first really goal and the highest clip that he could go by. And she tried to not come together because the match for me is 3 minutes.
So now the camera is looking for her. Here she comes.
Oh, she looks strong through the terrain there. And yeah, big lead then. Almost a minute in the lead at control number 6.
Yeah,
She's going to head.
Seconds. Yeah, she lost some seconds on this route choice. She was 1:02 in front of Eli Punto, but still like a comfortable 1 minute lead for Lucy Dietrikova. Going now into control number 7, and it will be interesting to see if she stops to see. This is the control before the long leg on the women's course. It will be interesting to see if she stops to see the line between the controls or if she was able to pre-plan that route choice. No problems, hitting control number 7. And now we see that she...
Brilliant execution so far. Just a faster runner than Eli Punto.
Yeah, she's running. But the lines between the controls are exactly the same. Here, a small mistake there to control number 4, so losing some seconds. Also,
small miss.
Bigger detour. Yeah, also a bigger detour to control number 7, but she's keeping it safe, as you should, in a long distance.
Yeah, and she looks very relaxed.
But now she goes into the decisive long leg. Now to the finish line. I don't think we will expect changes on the top of the result lists in both of the classes.
It's still Corson Muller and Eli Punto leading at the finish, but we're looking out for a strong performance here from Yumika. She looks to head into the top 10 at the finish.
Yeah,
it's going to be tight for 8th spot.
Yeah, she will come to a top 10, and then just after her, Katerina Kropinska from Ukraine will come also to a new top 10. I think Katerina will do better than Ilza Yumike. So right now, Ilza into 8th spots at the finish line. Also a very young runner, born in 2007. So it's really good to see her performing quite well on this JWOC. Now Katerina into the finish. And this is going to be a new 7th best time for her. Good to see Ukraine on the top of the results.
Yeah, fantastic performance there. Within 9 minutes of the lead of Eli Punto. Simon Kalondri.
He's also one of the guys that we have marked on our list. He was running the Youth European Championship last year. He was 8th on the long distance. He is very young, born in 2008. So he still has 3 more JWOCs ahead of him. Amazing.
Definitely a great time to be getting some experience in the competition for his future years, and still someone that could put in a big performance. But here, new 3rd fastest time for Weilemann of Switzerland.
So Erik Nilsson coming to a place among the 10 best in the men's class. Going to be close. He needs to sprint if he wants to get that spot among the 10 best. It's going to be so close, but he managed to it. So 10 position for Eric Nielsen, preliminary 10 position for him at the finish line. Now here the comparison between Leander Willeman and the current leader, Kursin Müller. So you see the different route choice here to control number 2. And then both runners taking the good line to control number 4. So they were quite equal, but slightly faster running speed for Kursin Müller. Interesting to see they are running back from that control number 7 to get a good line between the controls. Then Kursin Müller going on that Swiss route choice all the way around. So now
have we seen anyone else take that route choice just yet?
No.
Or is he's the only one?
He's the only one, at least from what we have seen on the replays, he's the only one to have taken that route choice there.
So it's pretty tight between the Swiss athletes. So Wielenman goes into 3rd spot at TV2. And now at the start, Julia Fritz of Germany. So nearly had 100 runners then in the women's class into the forest. We've got 156 runners on the start list.
Yeah, it's a huge start list. For many years, it has been discussed on how we should change things to have a shorter start list. Most of the coaches, they all say, just keep it like this. We don't care about being 6 or 7 hours in the quarantine. We just want all the runners to have the same opportunities to run together this World Championship. And it makes a little bit of sense because, again, this is not only about competition, always about having fun and having this togetherness, having runners from all over the world running the same course and having the opportunity to become world champion. But for us, it would be better. It would be better if we have a shorter start list.
6 hours is a long broadcast, but very, very good fun. Very excited to be here, bringing live coverage. Looking out for one of the home athletes, Soelva from Italy.
Yeah, so the Italian runner going to the first TV control.
A wee bit of hesitation, but he's through smoothly.
And he's faster than his teammate Paris de Gallo at that control, about 3 minutes faster than him. So good start from him. And we have seen this downhill to that 10 control on the men's class, the control before the longer leg. Such a nice area of the forest. This is a typical white forest area, good visibility. And you see, he has seen the control, but he's planning the long leg now.
As long as he remembers
he doesn't forget to punch the control. That's an important thing. He still hasn't punched it.
So easily done. Oh, he's remembered. Oh, thank goodness for that. That would have been very disappointing.
It will be good drama for TV, but not good for the athlete. So it's, this route choice to number 2, both of them going down the slope. And here the different route choice between the Italian. I think this line, yeah, I've seen this line by Jonas Fene Ingert, the line from the Italian. It may seem quite good until the open area, but then that green part is very, very tough. And he was losing time to Kursin Muller that was going around on the path.
The Tonen
into
now.
Yeah, but she's off the pace. 17 spot for her, just one spot in front of the Portuguese Leonor Freire. Good race for Leonor so far.
Yeah, she looks very tired already. Difficult work in the heat. Jankamika's of Hungary lining up at the start. What can we expect from Jankamika's?
Well, she's running really good sprints, also really good forest races. Last year she was 4th in the middle distance at JWOC and 23rd and 12th on the long. So she's definitely a runner that we can hope to see on the top 10. But again, it all depends on how good she chooses the route choices between the controls. And talking about route choice, Lucia Dietrikova choosing the right route choice on the long leg. So it seems to be quite okay for her so far.
That should give her opportunity to really speed up the pace as well. Open out the legs and see how much of a gap she can make. Celine Sandwald from Switzerland has come through our pre-warning for TV2 in a good time.
And here the comparison between Heli Punto and Elsa Kaipe from Sweden. And Elsa making a small mistake there to control number 18. Yeah, so I think with this mistake, she will be outside of the top 6 at the finish. We are live with Elsa Kaipe there. So she will be on her way to the finish pretty soon. Now Celine Sandwald into the TV control.
Yeah, she's looking to challenge the pace at the top here. She was pre-warned with about 4 minute 23 down on Delahaye. And she's taking the time to plan ahead.
Yeah, you see it's hot in the open area. And she seemed to be losing most of her time before the first TV control. She was 3 minutes and a half behind that first TV control. And now only 4:23, and this seems to be handling quite good, and I think that she still has a possibility to become the new 4th best at the finish.
Hodegarth now from Sweden, taking the time to plan her route. And we've also got a pre-warning for Sigrid Schmidt-Gran from Norway, who's got off to a great start on the course. Should see her at TV1 for, very shortly.
And in fact, that's nothing's happening quite relevantly on the men's class so far. So all the action in the women's class. So here again, Celine Sandwald taking a different route choice there. Oh, now she's taking the appeal there. Oi, oi, oi. That's
Yeah,
hard.
taking a lot of climb there.
That is not. If if she was coming to the south, so probably coming to the south is better to do the line like Kursin Muller did. Is also a possibility on the women's class, but she really messed up there a little bit. That's why she's so far behind compared with Eli Punto.
Yeah, Eli Punto really nailed that route choice. So Sandvald then heading into the final section of the course, and again choosing a different route choice to Punto by the looks of things.
Yeah, most of the women, they are going on the south route choice. So that's control. Just Eli Punto taking that route choice more close to the line, I think, and we have seen that you can gain some time there. Of course, the execution on the last part of the leg is harder. You really need to navigate quite well into the control, but there's time to gain on that route choice.
Looking out then at TV1 for Sigrid Schmidt-Gran. Here she is. She's got off to a brilliant start. So just over 2 minutes down on the time of Ditrikova at that point.
Yeah, but it's a good start by the young Norwegian. Going to a place among the best there. Now she's heading to the 7th control, the control before the long leg.
Oh, this bit of forest just looks gorgeous to run through.
And it's like a trick to the athletes because it's downhill. You are running so fast. They will see the control quite far ahead. So they will have the tendency to keep the running high, but you really need to stop a little bit and plan the route choice because this is the decisive route choice now.
Yeah, she's handled that well. Great approach to the control and taking the time to really make sure she's going to execute this route choice. And it looks like Daniel Bolahovsky has gone through our first pre-warning.
Yes, indeed. And again, he's really proving why we were talking about him. New best time for him, 1 minute and 40 seconds faster than Muller. And this is really on the beginning of the course, so he's flying out there. So I think that pretty soon we will see him in the pictures going through that TV control number 1.
This is Sondre Olausen. How his route compares to the current leader at the finish, Corsin Muller.
No, Edo Sorsa also with a good run. He's going to, I think, can use 5th best time at the TV control number 2. Only 1 minute and 13 seconds behind Kursin Muller, so really good run for him.
Yeah, quite tight around those positions from 4th to 8th. At the finish now, we've got an Italian athlete.
Yeah, Sonia Rampado going into 34 position so far.
There's brilliant support for the Italian athletes in the crowd. And Daniel Bolahovsky has gone through TV control 1. You might be able to see the pictures of him. But that means he's approaching that decisive long leg. where we saw Korsten Müller take a brilliant route choice. We'll see how Daniel Bolachowski chooses to run it. So current standings at the finish, it's still Ellie Punto who leads with Fanny Delahaye in second place. Then a bit of a gap back to Stopova in third. Nia Schingler still holding on to that top 10th position.
And
it's great to
good
see
Nia Schingler and Ilse Jumeke, the runners there on the top 10. Also, the Ukrainian with a really good result there.
Yeah, some brilliant individual performances out there.
Yeah, so now a lot of things are happening because we didn't see Daniel Bolachowski at TV1, but he is the fastest there. But I think now we see Katiot going into a new third best at TV2. So, and she's not so far behind, but yeah. Now Elsa Kaipe into 7th position at the finish. Really strong running from her.
Yeah, great running.
So 8:36 behind Ellie Punto at the finish. Still the time holding on for Ellie Punto.
Yeah, and it's getting tight in those positions around the top 10. So that just knocks Nia Schingler out of the top 10 then. And it looks like we've got a new lead at TV2.
Yeah, I think we also missed it at TV2. Let's see, Grazia Boei from Switzerland passing at TV2 with the new best time there. 38 seconds faster than Korsten Müller. So looking very, very good for Switzerland. So Switzerland right now, they have the first and the fourth. Korsten Müller in first position, Jonas Vogel in fourth position at the finish. And Grazia Boei is on his way to the finish with the new best time at TV2. 49 minutes of running for him. So yeah, good run for him.
Just seeing the route of Kaipe there. And looking out for Balatoni at the finish. He's going to look to take a spot in the top 10.
And interesting to see the choice of equipment. So they are running in shorts due to the heat, I may say. Running a little bit fresher.
Lots of runners into the finish there.
How do you feel the temperature there, Ollie?
It's definitely warm. I can feel that it's warm. I mean, luckily they'll be in the shade in the trees, so they won't be having too much direct sunlight. But they look hot as they're crossing the finish line.
Now another Hungarian runner here to the TV2. Vojda Virag, 13th position for her. And we follow Thomas Kuchera to the finish.
Lots of thick green on the approach to the final section of this course. Kuchera running strongly through the thick terrain. I'm very impressed that the running camera is keeping up with him here as well. But he's approaching the arena now, looking to challenge the top 5 then. Strong finish as he heads down the run-in towards the finish point. And he does make it into the top 5, 5th spot then at the finish for Kuchera. He looks tired.
Yeah, so this is what we expect to see from the runners when they finish a long distance. is that they just go down to the floor and just breathe for a few minutes before they can recover and go and download the SD card. And I think, yeah, I don't think that we are getting the split times on the live results from Lucy Dietrichova, but she's already past control the TV1, and we don't have no, we have the punch, but she's on her way to the pre-warning and then TV2.
Just seeing Tommy Rollins finish there for Great Britain into 17th.
Yes, so I was saying that the time at that TV2, the leading time for Eli Punto 48:23. Oh, so you see the mistake there for Thomas Kucher going into that control number 15. That really delayed him. It was probably like a 1 minute mistake. Then going
and those minutes,
17. Yeah,
those minutes really do matter.
Yeah, on the long distance, it will add up time and time. You can make, if you are a really strong runner, you can make up some small hesitations here and there. And this is a really strong route choice to that control.
Strong finish from Pedeva, Bulgarian runner.
Yeah, but she's behind Leonor Ferreira. This is the things that I need to say.
Always got to support the athletes that you coach.
Yeah, she's a young runner with a lot of talent, so she deserves a little bit of a shout out. The best result ever in the Portuguese, in the junior class, in the women, was a 70 spot, 7-0. So I'm pretty sure that she will improve this dramatically today. Now the Italian into the finish. Sebastiano Lambertini.
He's not going to challenge the top spots.
No, he's far behind there, but still we bring him to the finish, and you can hear the shouts and the clapping at the arena for the Italian runners. Always good to have the local support in.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere here in the arena. Obviously, lots of the runners still out in the forest. It should get louder and louder as we progress through the start list and more runners finish.
And I'm not sure if it's a GPS mistake or if I'm seeing a huge mistake by Lucy Dietrichova to control number 13.
Oh, this could make for some drama. Georgieva from Bulgaria lining up at the start.
And while we wait to the start of the Bulgarian, I can tell you that looking onto the GPS tracking, Daniel Boleovsky is doing a similar route choice compared with Korsin Muller. So yeah, I think that the route choice that I selected seems to be being selected also by the top runners. Let's see if it pays up for Daniel Boleovsky to take this south route choice on the long leg on the men's class.
Yeah, we'll see if he gains any more time from that. At the previous radio control before that, he had about a 2-minute lead. But it looks like Simon Calandri has gone through our first pre-warning in a good position.
Yeah, but at the start line, the US runner Ian Dunlap It is his third Junior World Orienteering Championships. He was taking part in 23 and 24. Now going into the train for this long distance race.
Another fast runner through a pre-warning, Janka Mikas from Hungary, has gone faster than Eli Punto at that point. In second place, about 50 seconds down on Lucy Dietrikova's time at that point.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see Janka Mikas. She was performing well on both races so far, and she's really taking it up all out there. She's some seconds faster than Eli Punto at that first control. So this means a good start from her. And hopefully we can see on the pictures what we are seeing on the GPS tracking. And a lot of runners here, but here we are trying to look out for Janka Mikas from Hungary.
As well as Simon Colondri too. Both have been pre-warned for the TV control, but this is Willemin heading towards the finish.
And we are bringing him to the finish. He's still fighting for a position among the top three so far. Going to be close. He really needs to speed up. Time is running. Time is running for him. He really needs to push all the way to the finish. And this may still well be a new second best time. Strong finish by the young Swiss guy, taking it all the way to into the amazing. So the speed was really strong because he was pre-warned in fourth position, and at the finish line is now in silver medal position.
Yeah, so he's just pushed Finn Salmaduga down into third, but it's still Corson Muller who leads at the finish.
And still Eli Punto leading in the women's class.
Yeah, and it might stay that way for a bit longer because Lucy Dietrikova has gone through the pre-warning for TV2 down in about fifth spot. So we'll see how she enters the TV control. But definitely a big mistake in there.
It was a huge mistake to the control number 13. She thought that she was higher, lower down on the slope, but she was higher, and she made a huge mistake there. Still
looks like
fighting. Yeah, even
looks like she's lost about 4 or 5 minutes there.
Yeah, easily 4 to 5 minutes. I'm sure that we will see the GPS replay of the mistake, but she needs to compose herself. Still a lot of things to fight for.
This is then the comparison of Wheelman and Muller. Obviously, Wheelman pulling up those positions at the end.
So they were really packed there before the long leg, and you see that this route choice by Kirsten Muller is quite good. I think he got some seconds out of his teammate. Now here, also different route choice by Leander. Going up the slope, losing some seconds, and especially making the mistake there into that control. And this is the first one that we see doing this route choice to number 18, Leander. That seems quite good, gaining some seconds on that route choice. And the final part of the course, really strong running from him, managing to grab the second spot so far in the men's class.
And I'll tell you, the humidity has just gone up a little bit because it's just started raining here in Italy.
So maybe it will be good to freshen up a little bit the runners. Now Celine Sandvold to the finish. It will not be a medal for her today. That is very clear. But still fighting for the podium position right now. I think she will go into a new fourth best time.
And what about this from Bohi? He goes through TV2 with a 38-second lead, but at the finish now, this is Sandwald.
Yeah, so strong race by Celine Sandwald. Like we told you, she has lost a lot of time in the beginning of the course, but managing to put it all out there. And now in the finish line, new fourth best spot for her. So still in the podium, but no medals for her today. That is very, very clear.
Yeah, she looks disappointed with those mistakes. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, so this is the second part of the course for her. Yeah, not the best route choice there for control number 11, so losing a little bit more time compared with the leader Eli Punto. Now I think it's Kasper Blakier from Denmark with a strong start among the top 5 to the first TV control.
Yeah, a bit of a train going on there in the forest. Looking out then for another local athlete, Soelva of Italy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a place among the 40 best, or at least the 30 best. Still, we have to wait some seconds until he appears on the screen. But he's running good and on contention to become the best Italian in the men's class. Will be hard to beat Pari de Gallo and Ricardo Garanzotto, but still is pushing. 29 spots at TV2. And Holly, again, we were talking a little bit about the pressure of knowing that you are the super favorite, as Lucia Dietrichova is. How do you think that it affected her?
Oh, it all depends on her mindset and how she's prepared for today. But clearly she got off to a flying start, but then when something goes wrong, it's how well you can recover from that. So we'll see if she can pull back any of these positions, but clearly got inside her own head a little bit there on that mistake.
And now the big news is we are waiting for the biggest favorite in the men's class. The Czech, Daniel Bolejovský, is running on a class of his own. You will see the time as he comes. You see the clock is -4 minutes. -4 minutes at TV2. This is so impressive by the Czech runner.
Yeah, here he is. Bolejovský's got a huge lead as he approaches the second TV control. This is some seriously impressive running. And he's got one final part of the course left. If he can be clean, I think he could even extend this lead into the finish.
So I remember my talks with Milos Nikodim a few years ago. Now the interview, and then we can back to Daniel.
Salva, the winner from yesterday's sprint. How was the forest race today?
It was really hard physically, and at the beginning I was like struggling, and then I also took wrong route choice where the sun just burned down on me, and I was just dying uphill there, and I think I lost quite a lot there, and also like strength for afterwards. But I saw that in the end it was coming to be difficult, and I tried to stay calm and just take control of the control.
Thank you. What were the expectations after the victory of yesterday?
I mean, the forest is something completely different, and also long distance is physically so hard. I just like finished yesterday and started a new chapter with the long distance, and yeah, just did my things that I wanted to do in the race. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Not to be then for Sandvald in the medals. She's currently sitting then in 4th spot, and it's still Ellie Punto who leads at the finish, and we have seen that mistake from Lucy Dietrichova. It's starting to cloud over here in Italy.
Yeah, of course. I think the runners would appreciate some showers to freshen them a little bit out there in the terrain. But I was talking about the conversation with Milos, and he was saying that Daniel Bolyovsky is really a huge talent when it comes to orienteering. He's already selected to run the World Championships for Czechia next week in Kuopio, and he's on his way to become the 3rd Czech to become a junior world champion in the long distance. Jiri Kasta in 2000, Pavel Kubat in 2010, and maybe Daniel Bolyovsky in 2025.
Now we're following Katty Holtz towards the finish. She's had a good run, and she could be looking to challenge the medal spots here.
And I really think that is going to be a really close battle for the bronze medal position between Katerina Stepova and Kati Holtz. So Kati just really needs to speed to the finish to beat the time of Katerina Stepova.
Yeah, this could get a bit tight, but there's lots of Swiss flags in the crowd waiting for her. And she punches at the last control, and she is sprinting towards the finish now. And I think she's going to do it. I think this is going to be a new 3rd best time at the finish.
Yeah. Fantastic speed on the way to the finish. So fantastic speed on the way to the finish. And she managed to grab the 3rd spot with a 5 seconds advantage over Katerina Stepova.
Hordegaard now at the 2nd TV control, and she'll take her time to plan the next section of the course, but she's currently sitting in 3rd then, so she's going to look to challenge that time that Katty Holtz just put down. Taking a lot of time here to plan.
Yeah, if she takes the time and she chooses the right lines, she's one that can come into a spot among the 3rd best. Like here at this point, she is almost 2 minutes behind Katerina Stepova, like Kati Holtz, but they managed to grab the time on the last part of the race.
Yeah, you could just see that wee mistake at number 6 for Katty Holtz. That pulled her down off of that leading time. So she lost a bit of time there to Ellie Punto. She'll be disappointed with that mistake and what that could have cost her at the finish there, but still a strong result for Katty Holtz.
Yeah, it's a really good performance for Katty Holtz in the last part of the race. And now we look for the Norwegian runner, Sigrid Schmidt-Gram, because she may well be the new 3rd best here. That's very impressive.
Yeah, potentially ahead of Katty Holtz at this point. Lots of athletes taking the time to pick their routes. But where is the Norwegian athlete? She's got plenty of time to get here to take 3rd spot. But we're back at the finish now with Sosa.
It is tight battle for the leading spot in the men's class. It's a sprint finish between Eero Sorsa and Corsin Muller. And Eero Sorsa, the time has run out. And this is now the new 2nd best time in the men's class for Eero Sorsa. And imagine this, he was 5 minutes behind at TV2. So it's
An
impressive
impressive,
last part. Yeah,
yeah,
impressive
very,
last part
very,
of the course.
very quick running from the Finnish athlete there. So he finishes then in second place, just behind Corson Muller. And the local athlete, Granzotto, finishing
And
just outside the top 10.
yeah, but this is a really good result by the Italian. He's going to be the best Italian so far in the result list. 12 spots so far, 6:37 behind Corsin Muller.
So looking out then, should be seeing Bohi at the finish fairly shortly, and it looks like he's had a good run. Freya China of Great Britain through the final control there. Freya China finishing strongly, looking for a top 30 at the finish. And the sun has come back out now and it's got hot again.
Yeah, but the focus on Gracien Boyi, the Swiss runner, first time in the Junior World Championship, and is on his way to the second last control and then to the finish. Will we have a new winner? We'll see.
So it looks like we're going to have a chat now to Eero Sorsa of Finland, who is currently in second spot.
Okay, so we are here with Eero Sorsa, second position for now. How was your race today?
I did a lot of small mistakes, but physically feel so good today.
Could you have done something better?
Yeah, I need to focus more orienteering, not only running.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Great to hear from the Finnish athlete.
And that are wise words.
Yes, definitely. But we're going to move our focus to Gratian Bohi, who is approaching the final part of this course then. We should see him in the arena fairly shortly, and he is going to challenge a new lead at the finish. He's got just less than a minute to make it to the finish for a new lead ahead of his teammate Muller.
Yeah, and this is such a fantastic performance by him. First time in the Junior World Orienteering Championships. He was 26th on the long distance last year in the Youth European Orienteering Championships. But look at him now, coming to take the new best time in the men's class at the JWOC long distance. Wow! 1:16.03 for Gracien Boyi.
And what a rapid finish that was. That's got to be a contender for the fastest sprint finish. A brilliant performance there from the Swiss athlete, who pushes his teammate into second and Eero Sorsa into third. So let's see how he did it then.
Yeah,
so he also...
he was a little bit behind on the start of the long leg. So that now we can see if Corsin Muller's route choice was good or not. Yeah. So it seems like they are pretty much the same, but slightly faster to use the line that Boei did. Then he was executing it better on the shorter legs there, where he managed to get. Yeah, he managed to get the small gap.
It could also be down to just pure running speed as well. Like, Bohi looked so quick coming into the finish.
Yeah, but then you saw the small mistake there by Boei into control number 17. He lost the lead and he recovered with a good route choice to number 18. And then this strong and quick navigation toward the finish line. Really strong finish by him. And right now, in gold medal position for the young Swiss runner.
So Bohi and Punto then are leaders at the finish. And we head back to the start to see some more athletes head off onto their course.
And Lucy Dietrichkova should come to the finish line pretty soon. First, TV2.
Asanova then.
Asanova. Going to that first TV control. But she's more than 7 minutes of pace of the leader at that control, that is Lucy Dietrichkova. And I think the emotion is building up. Of course, we are waiting for Lucie Dietrichkova to the finish to see where is she going to end up. But almost for sure it will not be another gold medal for her today.
No, that mistake definitely costing her. It was a big mistake, probably one of the biggest we've seen today from the top names.
And then also after a few minutes time, we will have Daniel Boleovsky into the finish. Daniel Boleovsky already going into control number 18. He has got so many runners that started ahead of him. It's so impressive to see.
Yeah, it was what? It was a 4.5 minute lead at the previous TV control. And I can imagine he's just going to extend it even further.
At the start line, also a runner that we should look for. Lovis Ariete-Koper from Estonia. Last year she was 41 on the long distance, but I have a feeling that she will be much better this year. And 2 minutes after her will start another big favorite for today's race. Victoria Shkashova from Czechia, bronze medalist from last year, will go out to the forest in 2 minutes time.
And at the finish then, here is Lucy Dietrichkova. And it's going to be enough for a top 3 at the finish, but that mistake has been so costly for her. It would have cost her the lead at this point. But into the finish for a new 3rd spot, pushing Katy Hotz down into 4th. So 2:55 down on the time of Ellie Punto, who still leads at the finish. So
yeah,
here
so
we can see her mistake.
Yeah, so I think she thought that she was further down in the slope, but then she was really too far ahead, and it was huge mistake. A lot of time lost to that control number 13. And when you lose that amount of time, it's impossible at this level to become world champion.
Bohi. Did you plan on this race, or was this result unexpected?
No, I think the long distance was my biggest hope. I had some really good results some weeks ago in the pre-JWOC long distance, where I unexpectedly won. So I think it was my goal to be as good as possible at the long distance. I was really disappointed yesterday with a big mistake, so I'm happy now.
Have you done any specific preparation for the long distance?
Yeah, so I live in Switzerland, so there's a lot of uphill. I think this suits me really well. So we went here twice to Valsugana to prepare a bit, but this terrain with all the silver mines is crazy, so no specific preparation for that.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
So that was the new leader then on the men's class. And now we focus our attention back to the forest. Isabella Lilkvist heading towards the finish. She's going to look for a top 20. That terrain at the end really, really draining. Zapping the energy, what's left of the energy from these runners. And she'll approach the final control then.
Yes, so
This
for
should-
Isabella, it's the first JWOC for her. She's going to get a place so far among the 20 best in the world.
16th position at the finish, so brilliant experience for the Finnish athlete.
And this is
And
Simon Calandry into 12 spots at the TV2, but there are places to gain here. I think that if he executed very well up to the end, he will get a place among the 10 best at the finish. He's still a super, super young athlete, born in 2008. So good to see him so far up the result list.
yeah, he's definitely made some mistakes out there though, or potentially some bad route choices, because he was up with the leaders at TV1, so potentially some time loss before TV2. And looking now at Kasper Blacksja.
So it's a very good run by Kasper. The time will be very similar to Finn Leander, even better than the time of Eero Sorsa, that is the current third best at the finish. So, yeah, Kasper is looking on to a potential place among the top 3 in the finish line, but here fighting for a place among the top 6 at TV2. We are waiting to see the red shirt of Denmark exiting the forest there. Yeah, here he comes. So going to punch the control right there, and think it's a 4th spot for him.
And look at the size of the train. The train that he's leading is massive.
Yeah,
Lots of people trying to hang on to him.
Yeah, and it's good to see Brazil there. So good to have Brazil at these Junior World Orienteering Championships.
And also
And I
at
think
TV2, we should be looking out for Janka
Yeah.
Mikas.
Yeah, we will stick here because now we look for the red, white, and green jersey of Hungary. Janka Mikas running so well today. So well. It's going to be interesting to see if she can beat the time of Eli Punto or Fanny Delahaye. At this control, the fastest is Fanny Delahaye with 46.33. Eli Punto, the leader at the finish line, 46.47. And the time is running for the young Hungarian runner Janka Mikes. Or as they say in Hungary, Mikes Janka. So they say the names on the reverse order. Oh, here she comes. Oh, fantastic race. Oh. So she's in contention for the gold medal.
Yeah, looking very strong through that control. No hesitation. as she heads off onto the next tricky part of the course. We'll see what routes she decides to take and whether that will pay off for her.
Yeah, so it's very, very open on the women's class. We may well have a new leader in a few minutes' time, but as we said, the time by Eli Punto is already below the expected winning time, so we never know if this is not the gold medal for Eli Punto today. But
yeah, it's worth reminding.
Yeah,
worth reminding everyone that the starts are not seeded today. So that's sort of playing around with the order of when we expect the fastest athletes to come through. So fastest athletes could be running at any point today. So Eli Punto could well have had an early start and be our winner here.
Yes, indeed. And I think now that we start to focus toward the last controls on the men's class, because pretty soon we will have Daniel Bolejowski to the finish.
This looks like a little mistake for Okubu of Japan, as he is approaching the first TV control.
He's so close to the control. I think he's seen it now. Or no?
I think there's definitely a bit of distraction from the TV control. Obviously, the cameras.
Right there. Oy.
Can imagine the cameras can be quite distracting. I think he just needs to look up and he'll see it.
So now he got it. Little bit of drama here on TV. And shout out for Japan, for the Yuma Yokubo. Punching there. I think that in Japan, they also have this type of very steep terrains. I remember the maps from the World Championship in 2005 in Japan. Also very extreme uphill running there. So they can prepare quite well for this type of uphill running. Now we go with Yuma to the control number 10. It feels good to go downhill to this 10 control on the men's class. And now he will stop to look at the line to control number 11. The long leg on the men's class.
More athletes then at the finish. Butch Belger into the top 40.
So now I think everyone is expecting Daniel Bolejowski to show up on the TV cameras. That is the one that everybody is looking to. But before the Spanish, Iranzo Yurkuzi.
That's a good run.
Class. That's a very good run. This name, for sure, she's from Catalonia. And running pretty solid run on this long distance race. So for Spain, the best results ever in the long distance at JWOC was by the Gilles Breton's sisters, Esther Breton's 25 in 2001, and Veronica also 25 in 2002. So pretty good run so far by the young Spanish runner. And you can see the emotion building up in the arena, because yes, indeed, I think that pretty soon we will well be looking into the gold medal performance coming into the arena. First, Sondre Olausen into the finish. But the cameras will focus now in Daniel Bolejowski.
Yeah, looking out for him. Here he is approaching the final control then, emerging from the forest at such pace. And look at the lead that he's got. It's over 5 minutes and he's storming into the finish. Surely this has got to be the gold medalist from today. He'll finish 5 minutes and 20 seconds ahead of Bohi. And that is a huge, huge lead for Daniel Bolachowski. What a run.
Yeah, so 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Just this is enough to say how was Daniel Bolachowski run today. He was running really well throughout the course. Now let's see the replay between Bolachowski and Boei. So Boei making a small mistake and hesitation exiting the control right there. Best route choice there by Bolachowski. Now also the right route choice by Bolachowski to this control number 2, cutting a little bit there on the terrain, so gaining some time there. No problem on these shorter controls. And then as we will see, he is going down on the south route choice, like I told you that Kursin Muller did. This was the route choice that I would have done. Probably the one to the north a little bit faster, but this is such a good line into the terrain. When you get to the paved area here, this is so easy. You really have some time to look a little bit ahead onto your course and plan the next route choices. No problem for him on these shorter legs there, executing it perfectly. And really strong running all the way by Daniel Bolachowski. This may well be the gold medal performance today.
Yeah, I'll be so shocked if anybody can top that. We're at TV Control 1 here, looking into the forest. And back to the start for another one of our favourites in the women's competition, Evelina Oyanaho.
Yeah, so another huge favorite for today's competition on the women's class, Evelina Oyanaho. She has been at JWOC many times before. She was already the silver medalist back in 2022 in Aguiar de Beira, Portugal, behind the strong Anna Lundberg. And here, trying to get a gold medal on the long distance on her last JWOC. Now on the
definitely.
Start list here for the men's class. It was Benjamin Cooper from the US. But still, Ollie, it's a fantastic overall performance by the Swiss runners in the men's class. On the top 6, we have 3 Swiss runners on the top 6, and on the top 8, 4 Swiss runners. So amazing performance by the team.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have prepared well together. Hordegaard now at the finish, looking for a top 10. She's going to do it. Into 9th spot then at the finish.
Yeah, good race by Signe.
Local runner Suelva into the finish, running for Italy.
So we're here with Daniel Bolachowski. You're leading by more than 5 minutes. How did you approach the race today?
Oh, so it was so long, and I prepared for very hot weather and very tough long distance because it's the climbing made it very difficult, and together with the weather I expected that it will be very slow and the feeling will not be good, and it was not a good feeling, but I think that I managed get into the finish, so I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you so much. You already have one gold medal. Well,
Yeah, so now to the finish line, Sigrid Grand. And this is a super result for her. Top 7, same time as Sara Delic. And we haven't talked so much about Sara Delic because her performance is also very, very good. And do you know what is the birth year of Sara Delic, Ollie?
Oh, you're going to tell me she's really young.
Yes, she's super young. 2010. So she's 15 years old and at
That makes
7th position on the long distance.
that makes
Yeah.
me feel old, and I'm 22.
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy to see Sara Delic from Croatia performing so well. Normally, I always say age is only a number. The skills is what matters when it comes to orienteering. So
Yeah,
here
but
the comparison.
experience is also a
Experience is
massive
all.
thing. So very, very impressive from the young
Yeah.
runners.
Yeah, so here the mistake there by Schmidt Gram into that 15 control. Exiting, that exit is very bad for her. She lost a lot of time. Don't forget that she was in contention for a place among the top 3 at TV2, but it was that route choice that pushed her back. And also we can see that I think that the running speed in the last part of the race was not the best for her.
Yeah, it looked like she struggled to get down through those crags, and I think the thick green forest took a lot of energy out of her.
Yeah, so Alvaro Perez, the Spanish, into the first TV control. And based on the times here, it seems to be quite a good start for the young Spanish.
Yeah, looking strong running through the terrain. And we'll see if he stops to plan his next leg. Oh, and here is Daniel Bolahovsky's route compared to Otero and Bohi. So Otero, the Spanish runner we just saw.
Yeah, but he's doing this route choice that I think that is a little bit suboptimal. Yeah, you see that he has lost some time there on this route choice to number 4. It is much better, and you save some energy running on the pads. What is he doing? Oh, he's going back to that. Yeah, good line there. Good spot. So it's in fact is in front of Gratian Boi, the second at the finish. And now Rita Maramarossi.
Yeah, Rita Maramarossi, one of the favourites for today, especially since we've had that big mistake from Lucy Ditrikova. Maramarossi has some JWOC medals to her name already, and she's also got a lot of experience with senior racing too. So we will see how she does out there in the forest today.
Yeah, she's mostly known about her sprint skills. She was junior world champion back in 2023, but here trying to get also some solid results on the forest races. So Owen Radzewski going through TV2.
And Tomasek at the start, ready to begin his course. Another one of the talented runners from Czechia.
He's also a guy that can quite easily do a top 10 result today. Now Kovalchuk through the TV2. 37 spot for him. 37 minutes off the pace of Daniel Boliovsky. So, Oli, do you think that anyone will beat the time of Boliovsky today?
I will be so shocked if anybody can beat that time. It's an unreal run from him. Very impressive.
Yeah, but again, like from the 4 Swiss runners that have finished their races, the 4 of them are on the top 8. And still 2 more Swiss guys to come. And one of them, Loic Berger, I think is really eager to some revenge after yesterday mistake to that third last control. So I think he's going to use it as fuel for today's competition. He's, I think, the biggest name that can threaten Daniel Bolejowski.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We'll see how he does in the terrain. We're back at TV2. And now TV Control 1.
Yeah, because we are waiting for the Victoria Skashova from Czechia to come to this control. She will be a little bit late compared with the time of Feli Punto. This is Lovis Kopel before.
A good start to the course.
Yeah, so top 10 there. She's going into a 7 spot at that control, I think. And just after her, we will have Victoria Skachova passing there in contention for the medals today.
Yeah, of course, she got a bronze medal last year in the long when the Czech athletes did a 1-2-3 in the long distance.
Yeah, so you see that she's 1:43 behind the time of Lucy Dietrichova, but we know that Lucie has done a big mistake afterwards. So if we compare her time to Eli Puntos, she's only 46 seconds behind. So she's well in contention for a top spot today.
Still early days though in the course. We'll see how she attacks the long legs. She's flying through the forest there. Nails that control. And straight out to the next leg.
And so this means that she had already planned the long leg.
Emil Husby Armot from Norway. Preparing to go out into the forest now.
Impressive result at this Junior World Championship.
Now Emil Husby Almot from Norway into the forest. Also an interesting name. He was winning the Youth European Championships long distance in Men 18 last year. So yeah, he's one of the names that we should also be looking for. But I think that pretty soon we will have some news from the forest, because we will start waiting for the young kamikazes to come to the pre-warning and then to the last control. And young kamikazes in contention for the gold medal position.
Looking out at TV split 2 for Eschel. Good run so far. Looking to challenge the top 15.
Yes, it's a really good race by the Israeli runner again. She was really impressive on the sprint relay, and yeah, I think that she will beat the best result ever for Israel. But now Yanka Mikes into the finish. And I
Yeah.
think that this will may well be the new best time. May well be.
Yeah, brilliant final part to the course. And she's flying through the green, heading towards the open section for the finish.
And when we compare the split times, she was 10 seconds behind, then 4 seconds in front, then 3 seconds behind. But when it comes toward the end of the race, it seems like she is going to be the fastest so far in today's race.
Yeah, she had a 12-second lead then at control 20, and now she's in the arena, and it's got very, very loud here, and she's going to punch the final control, and I think she's done it. I think this is going to be a new lead at the finish for Yanka Mikas of Hungary, crossing the line then with a 14-second lead, pushing Eli Punto down into second position. So what a second part of the course for Yanka Mikas.
It was a fantastic race throughout the course by Yanka Mikes. No mistakes. She was quite fluent during all the course. Really amazing. Let's see if she can improve the fourth spot from last year in the middle distance and get a medal on this year's long distance. She seems tired, but for sure happy with her performance.
Yeah, looking quite emotional there at the end of the course. A very, very good performance then. So now at the finish, Yanka Mikas leads the women's competition and Daniel Bolohovsky leads the men's competition.
So you see the same route choices there. Slightly better line, I think, by Eli Punto there. And she gets a little bit of a gap. It's basically the same. Better exit from the control 10 by Yanka Mikes. They are so close together. As you see, they are changing. One is in front, the other is in front some seconds. Both of them taking the north route choice to this control number 15, that I think it's faster than the south route choice. Then the running speed here by Yanka Mikes, simply faster than Eli Punto on the last part of the race. And when it counts at the finish line, 1 hour, 9 minutes and 23 seconds is now the leading time for Yanka Mikes.
So we're here with Yanka Mikes. Yesterday I didn't see you very happy. What changed today?
Yeah, yesterday my speed was there, but I messed up in the second half of the race. So yeah, today was another chance, but yeah, I didn't have high hopes because I was injured this spring, so my kind of endurance is not at the top level, so I felt that I'm quite slow, but yeah, it was completely without mistakes, so that I think, yeah, I managed to develop from my orienteering, not my speed definitely, but yeah, it was quite a running course, so I think there are like a few faster girls out there, so they can maybe beat my time.
Good job today, thank you so much.
So Mika's showing there that the orienteering is more important than the speed. If you can keep it clean, you can post some really, really good times. So we'll see how the other runners that are still left to come in will compare to her time. So new lead then at the finish for Yanka Mikes.
Yeah, but this is the second runner that we heard giving the exact words. You need to pay attention to orienteering. You need to read your map and find the right way through the controls. At the beginning, you think, okay, it's a lot of path running, but you also have these shorter legs where you need to be detailed with your navigation. Otherwise, you will lose a lot of time, like we saw Lucy Dietrichova doing. So it paid up for Yanka Mikes. She's now in gold medal position in the women's class.
Back to the start for some more athletes heading out into the course. So Emil Husby Armot. Looks like a mistake in here. And that will be quite costly.
Boy, he was so close to the control. Oh, okay, now he got it, but yeah. Almost a 3-minute mistake there. He's on the tail, so very hard start of the race by Emil.
Yeah, that's not the start that you want. Probably got a bit ahead of himself on number one, gone out with a bit too much aggression. And unfortunately, early mistakes, that will really cost him.
Yeah, but you saw that, for example, Bolejovsky, straight after the start flag, he already goes to the east to take that small path that is lower to the control. So, yeah, you need to climb a little bit more than if you go straight to the control, but it pays out to be safe on the beginning of your course. Now, Simon Calandry to the finish. And this is a good performance for him.
Yeah, he was performing really well towards the start, and then potentially a mistake a little bit later on, but he's pulled back time. And it looks like he's had a bit of a battle in the forest.
Yeah, he started quite well. Started very well. He was second at the first TV control. Then he was losing some time around that longer leg. But still, good place among the 12 best for a very young French runner, Simon Calandry.
Yeah, and of course, plenty of experience and learning points. And this is a quick finish here. This is going to be for a top 10. Ochsenbauer across the finish line into 10th position then. Fantastic run there from the Austrian.
And now Evelina Yanajo going through the first TV control, and what a good performance for her. I was looking onto the GPS. It was a little bit of radio silence here because I was trying to look onto the GPS where she was, and super start of the race for her. I think that she just needs to keep her orienteering together throughout the race, and she can really be threatening the leading positions.
Yeah, and of course, just Lucy Ditrikova ahead of her there. And obviously we know that she makes a big mistake later on, so that could be a contention for the lead there for Evelina Oyanaho.
You saw there on the GPS replay that that small, not going to the path on the yellow, she tried to cut a little bit on the green, and you saw that Janka Mikes just overtake her using the path. So you really need to pay attention to all the micro route choices. Otherwise, you'll get stuck, you will lose energy, and then toward the end of the race, you may pay the lack of energy.
Sandven into the top 6. That's a podium position so far.
Yeah, so good overall race for her. She was quite consistent throughout the race, and here in the end, new 6th best time for Sine Sandvan, 1:13.11, 3:48, slower than Janka Mikes.
And this is a fantastic performance from Urquiz.
Yeah, so Irunzo Urquizo Diego from Spain. Ooh, what words to describe this performance? 17 spot for her, 17 spots, 10 minutes off the pace of Janka Mikes. It's really good to see Spain performing so well. This type of terrain is not what we have in the Iberian Peninsula, so we are not so used to this. So it's even puts her performance on a higher level, I may say.
Yeah, very, very impressive performance there. And now it's a bit quieter in the arena. And back to TV control 1. Shouldn't be too long until we see Rita Maramorosi here if she wants to be in contention. Potentially in the next 3 to 4 minutes. But first, we're looking out for Hanna Vitkova. She's got to be quick if she wants to take a new lead. I don't think that's going to happen here.
Probably we will stick around this control for some minutes time. I don't think she will beat the time of Lucia Dietrichkova. But she will be in contention for a place among the top best. She will be, I think, a few seconds slower than Janka Mikes. Here she comes.
She's also being chased down by Rita Maramorosi, who's been pre-warned.
Yeah, so that's why we will stick around this control for sure. Yeah,
so Vitkova.
Yeah, so she's running on the pace similar to Janka Mikes, the runner in gold medal position at the finish. But now, Maramorosi Rita to the first TV control, and this is a pretty solid start by her.
Yeah, if she can come through this control ahead of Dietrichova, that puts her in a really good position to take a lead. But obviously early days in the course. We know what happened to Dietrichova later on. I think it's important that Maramorosi stays calm and controlled, focusing on the process. We know she's an athlete that's very capable of taking a good position at the finish.
Yeah, she's well known about her physical skills. Again, mainly on the sprint terrains, but here she's proving that she's also very, very good on the forest. She has lost some seconds from the pre-warning to this control. She was 30 seconds in front of Lucy Dietrichova at the pre-warning control, and she's losing time here, but still she will be... Did she got the control? Or yeah, now she got it. So you saw the mistake there. Oy. So this was like 1 minute mistake almost for her.
We'll see if she can recover from that over the next few legs.
Yeah, but still she's well in front of Janka Mikes, and she's on the fight for the gold medal.
We'll see how she decides to execute the long leg.
I think on the long leg, she really needs to be quite clever and try to use the pads as much as possible. So you see the comparison here. So she was in like really close to the time of Dietrichkova, punching number 4 in front of Dietrichkova. But here making making that Yeah, not huge mistake, but a good time lost to control number 6. I think she got to the open area and she thought that she was seeing the big open area. Then she went there. Yeah, some time lost there, but nothing is lost for Rita Maramaroshi.
Yeah, it's not the end of her race at that point. Definitely able to catch up the time. We know her pace is very, very quick. I'm pretty sure she's a silver medalist in the Hungarian 3,000 meters. So definitely got the speed. But now at the start, Henrietta Radziakowski running for Switzerland. She was a medalist 2 years ago, back in 2023. Silver medalist in the long distance event. So she knows she can do it. We'll see if she can do it again.
Yeah, she was performing so well in that JWOC in 2023 in Romania, where it was like a huge surprise for everybody because we saw two new runners coming into the junior and performing so well. One was Lucy Dietrikova. She was the gold medalist on that long distance race. And the other one was Henriette Radziakowski, the silver medalist. Both of them beating what was at the time probably the biggest favorite in the junior class, Pia Youngvik. So the standings at TV2, with still in the lead, Fanny Delaye at that TV control. Fanny is the third at the finish. Eli Punto in second position, also is also second at the finish. And at the finish line, in the lead, the Hungarian Janke Mikes, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 23 seconds of running for her. So this is only a 14 seconds gap for Janka Mikes, pretty tight in the women's class, not so tight on the men's class.
Yeah, that definitely shows just how important it is to nail that last part of the course, and anything can happen with the results in that final section.
Yeah, because the final section, you go to that silver mining area. You have some controls on that silver mining area, and you really need to take them on the right way. Have a good attack point to exit the control, the paths, and hit the control well. Otherwise, you'll get stuck in the middle of the holes, and you will have a hard job to finding the control. We saw that on the men's class, Daniel Boleovsky is in the lead, 1 hour 10:43, 5 minutes and 19 seconds faster than Gratien Boei, and 5:47 faster than Corsin Müller.
A bit of a gap then in the arena. It's gone a bit quiet. But hopefully it's still lots of exciting racing to come, as we've got some good names out in the forest at the moment. So Alvaro Perez Otero, the Spanish runner, who had a very, very quick start. Here's how he's comparing to Bolehovsky and Bohi.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how the Spanish is doing. But he's taking not the best route choice there. Of course, this is a possibility. And I saw this when I was preparing, but he's going so far down on the slope. Now, when he gets to the corner there, going up from there to the control, it's so much uphill that he will be so far behind the other two. You can see that he will be so far behind. He's now more than 4 minutes behind those two.
Yeah, that's a shame because he was running so strongly and in contention for medals there, and yeah, just a poor route choice.
Yeah.
But
here
here
you
he
have
is.
him.
So you can see he's dropped from
Yeah.
second place to 21st.
Yeah, and this is all about long distance orienteering. You need to really pick the right lines into the long legs. Otherwise, you'll get crushed by the corsetter. And here, he really crushed Otero. Hope for a top 10 result today.
Rachel Baker on the run-in now, related to
Yeah.
Yvette Baker, a very successful British orienteer.
Yeah, it's
So
really good
Baker
to
off
see.
to a brilliant start there. Definitely has the capability to put in a brilliant performance. She did a year racing in the UK and absolutely dominated her class.
And on the Oceania Championship, she's beating Nea Schindler to become the best runner from Oceania right now. So she's in front
Looking
of
out though,
Nea.
looking out at the finish for Emily Atkinson, the really young British runner, the youngest on the team. She flew around yesterday, getting a top 20 in her first ever JWOC. Absolutely rapid runner, and she's had a flyer again today, so it's just outside the top 20, but a really good run for her first ever JWOC. Very excited teammates cheering her on, and she is crossing the line then in 23rd position. Fantastic run from the young Brit. Though potentially something's gone wrong, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe a mispunch in there. Oh, that's such a shame.
Yeah, definitely
But
a mispunch for her. Yeah, now
it's
we got it
all
on system.
experience. All experience, and she's got a very bright future. It's just a first year 18. And at the finish, Gaujon.
Gaujon into a place among the top 30. Sprinting into the finish, 28th position for her, 15:33 off the pace of Janka Mikesh. On the women's class, what I can tell you is that there's a huge train forming out there in the terrain with Anna Viktova, Lilquist, Mara Moroshi, a lot of runners running together in the terrain.
Yeah, we expected to see this, didn't we? Because a lot of the big names have start times around a similar time to each other. Looking at the finish now, Radzijewski from Australia into the finish, looking for a top 30 spot, and it's going to be 27th at the finish.
Yes, and what we saw on the pictures was the new best time at TV2 by Victoria Skachova. So she passed there 47:41, 47:41. So it's a very good gap. The gap to Janka Mikesh, the leader at the finish, is 44 seconds. So good race by the bronze medalist from last year. And you see that she's taking the route choice to the south. I think a slightly slower route choice, but she executed it perfectly there. Getting to that control slightly behind Janka Mikesh. Good line to control number 11. And then she executed these two controls there really perfectly. And now she's leading the women's class at TV2.
Yeah, 15 seconds faster than Fali Delahane was at that point.
And again, a big shout out for Fanny Delaye, the runner born in 2007 and still in bronze medal position. So she definitely will improve her results from last year dramatically. Yeah, big shout out for her. She will probably be the most improved runner in this JWOC compared with the performances from the year before.
Back to the start then, as we watch Alva Bjork head out into the forest to start her campaign at the JWOC Long.
Yeah, so Alvar Bjork getting better results sometimes in the sprints than in the forest, but also a solid forest runner. Let's see if she can improve the 35th position from the long distance last year. This is Arthur Perrin paired with Daniel Boliowski.
Off to a strong start there.
Yeah, good line to that control number 2. I would do that route choice to control number 2. It's very safe. You are running on a safe route choice and already can be preparing these longer legs. So he's really close to the time of Daniel Boliowski. Let's see when he passes the first TV control. Now Eric Esko from Czechia heading into the forest. So Eric was getting some good results in the youth European Championships. He was winning the long distance last year in EOC 24. Well, he's also, all the Czech team is very strong, so Ian is also one of the runners that we should be looking to. In the women's class, in the start line, Ingeborg Roll Mosland from Norway. 11 on last year's long distance at JWOC. This is
another one
last year as a junior, so he's one of the ones that we need to look for.
And she's off into the forest then, one of our favourites for today. Certainly able to challenge the medal spots. And here is how Perron is able to compare to Bohi and Bolohovsky.
So this means that he's not running on the speed of the gold medalists, but is running potentially for the silver medal position. We have saw that this route choice going back from control number 7 and going around the hill there proved to be very fast. He will be in front of Boei for sure at the pre-warning control before the first TV control.
Be interested to see which route he takes for 10 to 11.
Yeah, because we have seen the Spanish Otero. He was also performing very well up until TV1, and then he did that really bad route choice to number 11, and he was completely outside of the game. Yeah, so he already punched the pre-warning at number 8, and right there is in 6 spots. But compared with the time of Gracien Boei, is almost 1 minute faster. So good start for Arthur Perrin. Now Freya Jerne compared with Janka Mikes. It was a fantastic time by the one that we have biggest hopes on the Swedish team. Freya Jerne is the biggest hope for a medal in the Swedish team. She has punched the pre-warning 1 minute, almost 1 minute faster than Lucy Dietrikova. So yeah, on her way to a fantastic result. So now we see her on the picture going to TV number 1, and you see this is the new best time there. 1 minute faster for Freya Järne. So the hope for the gold medal for Sweden on the legs of Freya Järne here.
Yeah, strong performance so far. And she'll now head into the long legs with all the route choice.
Now the running camera will take her down the slope to control number 7 on this super nice area of the forest. Pretty sure that she has seen the control already. No, small detour. Now she's seen it. And she can start already planning the long leg. The decision was made, and she's already out to the long leg on the women's course.
Maria Ella of Estonia, ready to start her course.
So it's getting very hot in the women's class because we are waiting for Victoria Shkashova to the finish with potentially a new best time. Then pretty soon we will have Evalina Oyanaho to the TV2 and also Anna Vitkova and Rita Maramoroshi. Also, we had Freya Järne passing with the best time at TV1, and pretty soon we will have Henriette Radzikovsky also there. So a lot of focus into the women's class. Now we take the Spanish runner here through the forest. I think he's Guinedel Faya Sangyaume. And this is Emil Uzbi Ahmad going to the first TV control, but we saw how big of a mistake he has done in the early part of his race. So he's in 57th position right there.
Matisse now, expecting to see him at the TV control 2. 6 minutes off the pace, but it's enough for a top 20 at the moment, and anything can happen in the final part of the course.
Yeah, but like this is going to be the first Swiss runner outside of the top 10 in the men's class. The other 4 guys, Gracian Boy, number 2, Corsin Müller, number 3, Leander Willeman, number 5, and Jonas Vogel, number 9. And Matti is here coming to a place among the 20 best.
That looks like Imogen Peters running for Great Britain out the front there, leading a train.
Yeah, at around the 25th position for him. Now Florian Fritzen from Finland at the start line. Florian was the 20 on last year's long distance. So he will definitely try to improve that result. Now Henriette Radzikovski to the first TV control.
That's a strong run so far.
Yeah, strong
into second spot.
position. Yes, indeed. So Freya Jerne and Henriette Radzikovski, they seem to be having really solid performances. And the lead of Janka Mikes at the end is really in danger here.
And there's Evelina Oyanaho. It's very tight then at the top, just 10 seconds down on Skachova. You see the routes of Jana Mikas and Henriette Radzikovski. See how they compare.
Yeah, so these two runners are running very, very good. When we had just a few seconds ago, I think we missed it at the TV2, Evelina Oyanaho passing with the second best time, only 10 seconds off the pace of Victoria Skachova.
It's getting very exciting in the women's class. Very tight up towards the top with lots of runners in contention. So Vitkova
and I can tell you that
TV2.
This is a performance, I can tell you. This is some girl that we really need to look for today, Anna Vitkova. Looking on the tracking, she has been doing it really perfectly. She will have a clear lead at this control, and this may well be a medal for her today. Already looking out where to exit the control, this means that she is really ahead of her orienteering. So good to see.
Yeah, 2-minute lead over her teammate, and that's a fantastic run so far.
Yeah, because behind her it was Rita Maramoroshi, and Rita was almost catching Anna Vitkova, but Rita is doing some suboptimal route choices, and she will be behind here at the TV control. So even though the temperature is rising there in Italy, Oli, it seems like these last girls, they are really speeding up and taking the best times out there in the forest.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely to have tracked up a little bit by now. So again, like we were saying, it's whether you want cooler weather or a tracked up forest, whichever would suit you better.
Okay, so now this is a huge comparison. I think that this is one of the few guys that can really take the gold medal from Daniel Boliowski. And you see that the line from Loic Berger is ahead at control number 3, but this route choice is really not the best for that control number 4, but still he is ahead there. Still he is ahead, I think about 30 seconds gap, maybe. Best route choice there to control number 8 as well. So pretty soon we will have him at TV1.
Yeah, I think his running pace and his speed is faster than Boliowski. So we'll see. Obviously, we've heard quite a lot of athletes in interviews saying it's really important not to neglect the navigation and that faster might not be better. So we'll see how he can balance his speed and his navigation and if he can keep up this performance.
And I know my bet is always to the runners that did not perform on the day before. So he did that mistake that cost him a medal yesterday. So I'm sure that he's totally focused to get a medal today. Here you have him. I think it is already him. I think he already passed up there. Yes. And I think this is the new best time for him going through the spectator control, do the TV1 control. or very close to the time of Daniel Bolejowski. So strong start by Loic Berger.
Let's see what he does for the long route choice then. He's absolutely flying through this forest here. And he's taking the time.
Yeah, so this is typical Swiss style. I remember quite well in 2006 when Mark Lauenstein was winning the gold medal in the long distance. At the arena control, he stopped to have a drink and look at the route choice, and then he ran fast as hell and he won that race. So this is typical Swiss style. You just stop, find a good line, and then you run fast, and it pays up normally.
So this is a comparison of Hanna Vitkova and Rita Maramarossi. You were saying that Maramarossi has had a couple of dodgy route choices.
Yeah, in the first part of the course, she was doing perfectly. Then this mistake here cost them some seconds, but she was in front. But then she has first had some problem to exit the control there. She had a good line here. But then you will see the problem will be from control 10 to control 11. First a mistake there to control number 9, and then from control 9, 10 to 11, this route choice was clearly not the best one for Rita Maramarossi.
No, we've seen athletes either going north or south there. Not many have chosen to go straight, but we should be seeing her now at control TV control number 2. So yeah, you can see there she dropped over a minute on control 13 there. And here she is, punching at the TV split. So into 7th position.
Yeah, but the time really close to Janka Mikes, the leader at the finish, so still in contention for a place among the medalists today, Rita Maramarossi.
Yeah, and we know that she's got the capability to pull back time. She just has to be clean on the rest of the course. Canadian athletes at the finish.
And of course, I may imagine that the Berger family is following the race quite carefully. The sister Ines Berger, I think, is going to run the World Championship for Switzerland. Now I need to check this, but I think she will run for the first time in the World Championship.
She's certainly been running in World Cups.
Yeah, she was running in the World Cup in Idrefiel last week, and I think that she will run for the first time at JWOC. And the father was a former bronze medalist back in '99 in Scotland in the long distance, Alan Berger. So he's for sure happy to see the performance of his kids.
I think it's about to get quite exciting here in the arena as we are following Victoria Sakakova to the finish. I was close.
Yeah, close. But she has lost some time in the last part of the race. It's going to be very close to the leading times. She had a huge gap at that TV control. Now going to the finish.
Yeah, approaching the last control now. She's got enough time to make it to the finish now. So this will be a new fastest time at the finish for Victoria Skacheva.
Yeah, so this the first runner that is going below 1 hour and 9. So 1 hour 8 minutes and 57 seconds. So 26 seconds faster than Janka Mikes, but she has lost about 20 seconds from TV2 to the finish, but still really good race by the bronze medalist from last year, Victoria Skashova, now in gold medal position.
Yeah, so we'll see if there was any time lost towards the end there.
Yeah, this the route choice by Janka Mik, as we've seen it's harder to navigate, but you can get some seconds out of the route choice going north to control number 15, so she was getting closer to Skashova. And there they were really close, but then in the end, Victoria Skashova managed to put on the speeds and become the new leader in the women's class at the finish.
I think it's going to get quite exciting in the women's race soon. Tomasek then at TV Control 2, just outside the top 10, but it's close around these positions, so he might be able to pull himself a bit higher up.
Yeah, Prokop Tomaszek can still come into a place among the top 10. He is very close, in fact, even to the 8th position, so it's just a few seconds. It's all about the last controls and the last route choices. Halva Bjork. 2 minutes behind here at the TV control, number 1. But the time is not to throw away. But we are looking now for Ingeborg Mosland, because she is in fact on the leading pack. I think she will come here into a second or third best time at this TV1. Here she comes. Making sure she gets the control right. Yeah, small mistake there. And she punches in second position.
Yeah, so she's lost about 10 seconds in the circle there, but still a strong start to the course.
Yeah, but these 3 girls are the ones that will threaten not only the lead of Victoria Skashova, but also Anna Vitkova. Don't forget that Anna Vitkova should come to the finish within maybe 10 minutes. So
we're here with Victoria Skashova. How was your race today?
Oh, it was tough. It was so hard and also really steep and uphill. Oh, I didn't really fight much with the vegetation. I just ran around on the road.
How did you manage the heat today?
I just throw water on myself on every refreshment station and also before my race, and as well we did preparation and training in heat.
So you chose to start this late or it just happened?
I chose to start in the last like in the basket because I prefer to stay at the quarantine rather than at the arena.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job today.
Now Álvaro Pérez from Spain coming into the finish. Nice place among the 30 best today.
Yeah, it's a shame it couldn't have been a little bit higher. Obviously saw about an 8-minute mistake with that long route choice. He chose to go very far north and gave himself a lot of climb, and that was where he lost all of his time, really.
Yeah, but he has a lot of things to analyze because he has done a lot of good things, especially on that first more tricky control. So I think for the middle distance, we can also expect some good result from Álvaro Pérez.
And here then is a comparison.
No, it's not the comparison. It's the big mistake by Anna Vitkova. So she was leading with more than 2 minutes over Victoria Skashova, and you can see we are live with Anna Vitkova, and she is behind already compared with Victoria Skashova.
Yeah, that's cost her a lot. So you can see there the comparison of where she was before the mistake and now after, and we'll see if she can catch that back up, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible. The standings at the finish.
It's looking good for Victoria Shkashova, at least for the time being, leading this race in gold medal position. Silver medal position for Janka Mikes, and bronze medal position still Eli Punto from Finland, one runner that started quite early on the start list. As for the men's class, still leading Daniel Bolejovski with this huge 5 minutes gap to Gracien Boyi. Third place, Korsin Müller, and fourth place for Eros Orsa.
I want to shout out Finn Selma Dugard as well for still being up in that top 6 in that podium spot. Very, very impressive. It was his first JWOC. He's still very, very young.
And you still have James Ammon toward the end of the start list, Ollie.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit biased, but I think he definitely is a contender for the top spots today. He's even better in the forest than he is in the sprint courses, so I'm excited to see what he can do.
And I think that we are now looking at the comparison between Arthur Perrin, Gracien Boyi, and Daniel Bolejovski. We saw that Arthur Perrin is trying to get into that silver medal position, but big mistake there. You should really not be taking the control number 11 from that part. If you take the route choice from the north, you need to take a line like Gracien Boyi was doing. Otherwise, it's hard physically because you have a lot of climbing to do, and it's also more difficult from the technical point of view to hit the control in a good way.
Yeah, that's going to have cost him, and it's going to be quite hard to recover from as well with all that extra climb he's given himself.
Kasparas Murenas from Lithuania into the first TV control. Around the 27th spot for him. And Mihaili Chobot from Hungary, 25th position at TV2.
And I think we might be heading back to TV1 fairly shortly because we've had a pre-warning for a new third fastest time at that point.
Eric Exo from Czechia, young runner, really performing well. We said that he was getting some, here he is. Yeah, here he is. So third best for him, passing at that control. So this means that he's like about 2 minutes faster than Gracien Boyi, the current second spot in the finish. He's still very young, but he's performing here as a grown-up, I may say.
Big hesitation there to make sure she's picking a good route out. And back to Hexco as he approaches the decisive long leg.
Now we wait for Arthur Perrin to the second TV split. So we'll be outside of the top 10.
Yeah, very costly mistake that he's had there.
Yeah, that's route choice. Yeah, it was not as bad as the Spanish Otero, but the last part of the route choice going into control number 11, it's very, very, very tricky. You need to climb so much, then the navigation, you need to be so precise. It's so easy to lose your direction going down the slope, and he made that huge mistake, and he lost the possibility to be on the fight for the medals today. And for the viewers that are also looking to the GPS tracking, it's like carnage on the women's side. So we saw the mistakes from Vitkova, but first here the replay from Gracien, Boliowski, and Exio. So you see the Czech runner, the younger Czech runner going to the route choice to the north of the line to control number 2. I think this is a pretty good way to do it. Then he was climbing on the green area already there. I think the route choice here from Boliowski, it's a little bit more clever, because you have a better runability, almost all the leg, only the approach to control is a little bit more difficult. But the young Czech really performing these shorter legs in a really good fashion. Yeah. And he's in fact, like we can see, in front of Gracien Bohi. Yeah.
Then we'll have to wait and see what route he picks for the long leg.
Yeah, but now there are so many things happening, and the first is this news, because for the viewers in Sweden, let's give a big shout out here for Freya Järne. Really performing really well on this long distance. She will take the leading time here at TV2. And don't forget that Anna Vitkova did that huge mistake after this control. So if we compare with Victoria Shkashova, this is a 2 minutes gap for Freya Järne. Really strong race for her so far.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Obviously, anything can happen in the second part of the course, but definitely a contender for a new lead when she gets to the finish. So let's compare her to Skachova.
So Skachova is the leader at the finish, and you see that Freya Järne is simply running faster than Skachova. They are running both on the pad there. Higher running speed by Freya Järne. Small mistake there by Victoria Shkashova. Then she was really cutting the line there through the terrain, and she's taking the south, well, both of them are taking the south route choice, like I told you, cutting there on the yellow parts and using the paved road to go into the control. This is a very safe way to do it, and you can really use your time there to really plan the next legs. Good route choice here for control number 11. No problem for Freya Järne. Now,
At the finish,
and I made the mistake because, yeah, I was saying that she was a boy and she's a girl. So sorry for the Swiss fans. An 18th spot for her.
And just behind her is Imi Peters. They finish together.
And the news is that Rita Maramarossi is already running together with Anna Vitkova. And they are not so far from the finish.
But waiting at the finish for Mila Key of Australia. Looks like she's put in a good performance here. Could be looking for a top 20. But she'll have to be quick into the final control here. There she is, Mila Key, punching the final control. Is it going to be enough for a top 20 at the finish? I think so. A great performance from the Australian runner.
Yeah, it's so good to see the young sister of Aston Key. So the full family is an orienteering family. So good to see a top 20 result so far for her. Good to see Australian Carlos here in the top of the result list. And now, Rita Maramoros.
On the way to the finish, this is going to be exciting. She dropped a bit of time with a dodgy route choice, but we'll see how she's managed to recover. It could well be a new lead at the finish.
This is not good. This will be the new best time at the finish for Maramoros Rita. That is for sure. The question is, will this be enough for the gold medal today or not? But right now, she's coming into gold medal position.
She's in the arena now then, heading towards the final control. She's caught up loads of time in the last part of this course as she punches at the final control, storming into the finish for a big lead so far, ahead of Skachova. And Rita Maramoros then across the line with a minute and 3 second lead at the finish. Wow,
so
what a recovery.
She should be really very happy here. Anna Vitkova, we saw she was really crashing this race up until that mistake to control number 15, now into 5th spot. But big shout out for Maramoros Rita. She was 18 on the long distance in JWOC 23, 8 on the long distance in 24, and right now in gold medal position.
A very impressive recovery there from Rita Maramoros. Let's see what she's done to pull back this time.
Yeah, so you saw that she was in front here, and she was able to get the good line to control number 9, so this is a quite good line there, no problems at all. She was gaining time on Skachova, then the mistake to control number 9, and she was behind. The bad route choice here to control number 11, and she was farther down behind. And then the last part of the race, she was doing and executing it quite well. When also Evelina Oyanaho into the finish, and Evelina into 15th position.
Yeah, looks like she's dropped a bit of time in the final stages of the course, so not quite up with the pace of current leader Maramoros.
Yeah, so now the comparison here. So you saw that Maramoros was in fact a little bit behind, but I think she was a little bit lucky because here she found Vitkova and Evelina Oyanaho. She was able to get that controls in a very, very good way, and at the finish where it counts, Rita Maramoros is now the leader.
Rita Maramoros, what an incredible comeback today. How did your race go?
Actually, I had a plan that I will not do a race. Unfortunately, I had some more time during the course. Sometimes I stopped, but that was my plan. I shouldn't push to the top because actually for me the technical part is more important, so I should focus on the navigation, and my plan just went really well, and I felt the flow, but I was still so worried. Yeah, actually I had a pretty bad day, because of the fact that I had no light on me anymore.
Staying 2 minutes behind the chain.
Thank you so much, Rita. Good job.
Interesting to hear about how she dealt with the pressure, but we're going to turn our attention to the men's class to see this battle between Bolachowski and Berger.
Yeah, so this I think is the battle for the gold medal. And here, the different route choices between Berger and Bolachowski. Like I told you, I think the north route choice from Berger is slightly faster if he makes a turn right now. Yes, and he's doing it. I know. He should have come through the... Yeah, you saw the mistake there. When he made the turn, he should just keep on the paths throughout until almost the lake and then use the path as Bolachowski there. So he's off the pace of Bolachowski. But he's really here coming into a new second best time, I think. He's already passed this TV control. And who also passed this TV control when Rita Maramarossi was finishing was Henriette Radzikowski. And for me, the battle for the gold medal today will be between Freya Jerne, the leader here at the TV control, and Henriette Radzikowski. She was only 13 seconds behind Freya Jerne.
Here's Izzy Howard approaching TV Split 2. A good run so far inside the top 20. She'll be very, very pleased with that. She's a very physical runner, very, very strong. And her improvements over the last few years, over the last few JWOCs, has just been brilliant to see. So taking the time to plan. And heading off into the final part of the course. We'll see if she can keep up this good performance.
So Antoine Derlot from France at the start line. So he was 8th on the long distance in JWOC 23. So he's also one of the big names out there. Also, that after him we have David Bomberger and then Hannes Mogesson. These guys are also contenders for the medals. So here Freya Jerne compared with Rita Maramarossi. In the beginning, you saw that Rita was in fact a little bit faster than Freya. And the mistake there from Rita Maramarossi. And then here Freya Jerne just really pushing, also taking the south route choice. Cutting there as you should. Safe line again. I think that this is not the fastest, but you can really use the time on the paved area to really plan ahead and look what is missing on your course. So then you can make this right route choice like she did to control number 11. And we haven't seen the route choice from Freya to control number 15. Oh, she's taking the south one. The safe route choice there. And no problems whatsoever for her, going already into control number 17.
So this looks promising for a new lead, if she can keep her cool for the rest of the course.
Yes, but what is interesting to see is that I'm looking to the GPS tracking, and Henriette Radzikowski is doing the route choice north from the line that I think is faster. And she was only some seconds slower than Freya Jerne. So this is what we like, Oli, a big battle for the victory. This is emotion for us.
Oh, of course, there's got to be some atmosphere and drama, otherwise it wouldn't be a good stream, would it?
And then we are here for some hours, and I really do not feel bored to what is going on in the terrain and on the pictures. It's really nice to see these juniors.
So still leading then Rita Marmaroshi with Victoria Skachova in second and Yana Mikas in third.
So it's looking very good for Hungary. 2 girls on the medal positions. It's so good to see.
Yeah, it's making me very excited about what to expect from a relay.
Problem for them is the third runner, but we'll see if she can manage to hold on into the lead among the first leg. But also good, Sara Delic from Croatia, the young runner, still up there in 12th position. Born in 2010, only 15 years old. Now, Hannes Mogensen. It's very good to see Hannes Mogensen back to the start line of the Junior World Orienteering Championships after he was missing it last year due to injury. He was middle distance Junior World Champion in 2023. Let's see how he can perform today.
Then looking at the standings at the finish for the men, Daniel Bolachowski with that huge 5-minute 20-second lead. Gratian Bohi in second and Korsin Müller in third.
And be careful, because a lot of Swedish is coming back in business. Everything is happening out there in the women's class.
So looking now at TV2 for McClellan. Into 15th spot. And at the finish then, looking for a top 5, Tomaszek from Czechia. Is he going to do it? I think, yep, into 5th spot at the finish, ahead of Wielandman.
Yeah, so it was, as we thought, very good and strong last part of the race for him. He was in 15th position at the TV2 and he managed to climb up all the way to 5th spot. So strong last part of the race for Prokop Tomaszek from Czechia. And also a good start for James Hammond, Oli. That is the news. But Alva Bjork there in 4th position before.
So Alva Bjork taking the time to prep her next leg, just outside the medal positions at the moment. We've also had a pre-warning at TV2 for Ingeborg Roll-Molsland and a pre-warning at TV1 for James Hammond, who's currently in 3rd spot. So looking at Marmaroshi versus Bjork.
Yeah, so this route choice for Alva Bjork is really not optimal. That's why she was so far behind on the first TV control. She was losing a lot of time, probably 1 minute behind there, just due to the route choice to that control number 2. And we lost the GPS signal there. Let's see if we can have her back. Yeah, so then she managed to get some of the time there.
And then this is where we see the...
Yeah, then Mara Maroshi will make the mistake to control number 9, and you see Bjork is ahead there. And the best route choice there for Alva Bjork. Ingeborg Moslands also in contention for a medal there. So the time is even better than Alva Bjork. So
definitely
these girls, yeah, all of these girls are able to beat the time of Rita Maramaroshi.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight with all these girls being in contention here for a new lead at the finish. Definitely heating up in the women's class.
Yeah, but for Mara Maroshi, it was like control 9 and 11. This is where she has lost really the time. Now, it is Erik Exo from Czechia into a fine and super third spot there.
Yeah, he'll head into the final part of the course with a good opportunity to take a medal here today.
And we haven't talked about the Croatian Jakov Lesjak is in 4th position at that TV control. This is amazing.
Very, very impressive. Looking now at James Hammond in comparison to Bolohovsky. James Hammond, a medalist at last year's EYOC in the long distance championship. It was very, very tight between first and second, but here he is in comparison to Bolohovsky.
So that was Felix Hunt from New Zealand. Also running very well for a place among the top 10. Trying to step up to the shoes of Zefa Favai. Zefa was the silver medalist from last year. And Felix is here really performing well in the beginning of the course.
Great control float.
And that is the Kiwi style, you always run in shorts.
I have noticed that.
It's the Kiwi style, so if you are from New Zealand, you're just running shorts, even if it's thick forest.
Okay, at the finish then, looking for Haugscott of Norway. It's not going to be good enough for a top 20, unfortunately. But this is Freya Hjörner, and she is going to get a new lead at the finish. This is a big lead over Rita Maramuroshi. The last Swedish runner to win the long was Hanna Lundberg back in 2022. And Freya Hjörner is going to look to do it here today as she approaches the final control into the arena. Very, very strong run throughout, and she will punch the last control and absolutely fly down the run-in, and she's going to take a new lead then here in the long distance championships at the Junior World Champs. A lead of 1 minute and 37 seconds. So a brilliant run there for Freya Hjörner.
And look how fast the girls are running, 1:06:17. So this is almost 4 minutes faster than the expected winning time. Freya Hjörner is now the current leader in the women's class. Fantastic performance for her. And look at the names of the Swedish girls that were junior world champions in the long distance. Jenny Lundqvist, Lisa Ripsky, Sara Akstrom and Anna Lundberg. Will Freya join this elite club? We have to wait and see, because we have the strong Henriette Radzikovsky to come to the finish line.
So the GPS then of Hjörner.
Yeah, so the different route choice there to that control number 8. And you can see that Rita Maramuroshi was very, very close there to Freya Hjörner. But then that part of the race was where Rita Maramuroshi really lost the chance to get the gold medal today.
12 seconds for winning that gold medal.
Then Freya Hjörner taking the south route choice here. Let's see if this was okay for the lead. A small mistake there to control number 16. And then here, just pushing all the way to the finish and into gold medal position. But now the time is counting for Henriette Radziukowski. What I can tell you is that it will not be minutes separating the top two, it will be seconds. If I'm looking at the GPS, and it's like so close between themselves. So close between Henriette Radziukowski and Freya Jerne. Yes, and within 1 minute we will know who will be the world champion, I think.
So we're here with Freya Jerne. How was your race today?
I only did some small mistakes, but yeah, otherwise it was good.
Is this your first JWOC or your first international race or not?
No, I ran JWOC 2 years ago.
What do you expect for the next races?
It will be fun to do good races and yeah,
Thank you so much. Good job today.
So that was Freya Jerne.
But we should be looking to the finish because I think Henriette Radziukowski should be there very soon.
It's getting very exciting here in the arena as we look out for Henriette Radziukowski. She is in contention for the lead here, but it's going to be so tight. She needs to run quick if she wants to take the lead off of Freya Jerne here. She should be emerging from the forest now.
And she has punched that pre-warning control only 6 seconds behind the leading time of Freya Jerne. I can see the shirt of Switzerland coming there right now. She's sprinting, but I don't think this is good enough for the gold medal position today. This will be silver medal position for Henriette Radziukowski at the finish. A strong race for her, but unfortunately 6 seconds slower than Freya Jerne.
Very dramatic close to Henriette Radziukowski's run there. Not meant to be for the medal. For the gold medal, it's still Freya Jerne that leads, and Henriette Radziukowski second position, just 6 seconds dividing them, and Rita Maramuroshi is pushed down into third spot. Very dramatic here at the finish.
Yeah, so this is the comparison that we really want to see. Freya Jerne was leading at TV2, but we see here Henriette Radziukowski first to control number 8. First to control number 11. Small hesitation there to number 12, and she loses the lead. Then she's taking the north route choice there, and she was 14 seconds behind at TV2. Here really closing the gap, and they are neck to neck to that control. In fact, Radziukowski leading at control 18. He seems to be leading at 19, but Freya Jerne higher running speed on the last part of the course, managing to get herself into gold medal position and most likely into becoming the next junior world champion in the long distance.
Yeah, very exciting racing here in Italy. So Bruno, are there any more names that you think could be in contention for the medals that we are yet to see?
Yeah, of course, we have to wait for Ingeborg Mosland. She was running really well. We saw her at the TV2. Also Alva Björk, those two names, they still have a really good chance to get a medal on today's race. I don't think it's going to be good enough for the silver or gold, but bronze medal is well within reach for them.
Well, we will have to wait and see then, but first let's speak to Henriette Radziukowski.
How was today's long race?
Yeah, it was for sure very hot. I suffered quite, and
I think it was also in between, it was very physical. I think sometimes we were on the road for at least 2-3 kilometers and it was hot and I was just trying to focus and to follow my plan.
How did you plan your route choices today?
So I knew the forest was pretty green, so I tried to stay on the paths, and I knew I was physically pretty quick, and I knew the paths were the safest route choice, especially with the tricky green controls. So yeah, I tried to follow the paths and make it as easy as possible.
This race was very close. Are you happy with the result?
Yeah, I think I didn't make mistakes, so I'm very pleased. And I know, of course, sometimes you can always gain a few seconds, but I'd say with the way I managed it, I'm really happy.
Thank you so much. Bye.
After 44 minutes, the gap between Freya Jene and Henrietta Rajkowski was 13 seconds. And then 12, then 8, then 7, then 6, and 6 finish line. Alexander, to you for Henrietta.
Yes, Stefano, thank you. I really think we also need some comments from the...
So the current standings here at the finish, and it was good to hear the positive feedback from Henrietta Rajkowski. She's now in silver medal position, only 6 seconds out of the gold medal, but she's happy that she was able to push all the way to the finish.
Yeah, she's already got a silver medal in the JWOC Long Distance Championships back in 2023, so she'll be definitely pleased if she can make that 2 medals. But it's not long until we should expect to see Loic Berger in the arena.
And Loic Berger will definitely come into a silver medal position, looking more and more as Boliowski will definitely become a junior world champion in the long distance. But this will be a clear new second best time for Loic Berger. That is very, very clear. Here he comes. No problems, punching the second last control. And now we will follow him to the finish into the second spots in the end of the course. So nice speed through the terrains, in control of his orienteering, really following the height here.
So approaching the arena then, looking for that silver medal. Loic Berger approaching the final control. Bit of hesitation though. And into the arena.
So this
Lots
is
of cheering.
It's a really good result for Loic Berger. Silver medal, the first medal for him in this Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025. And Loic Berger in the finish, second spot, 2:33 behind the leader, still Daniel Boliowski.
So current standings then, Daniel Boliowski leading, Loic Berger in second, and Gretchen Bohe still holds on to that bronze medal spot, but still plenty of runners to come through.
And if we look at the results from last year, we take out Mathieu Burer, that is unfortunately injured and is not here. Then Zes Fafafa is already senior, so the third is now the first, and the fourth is now the second. So the bronze medalist, Daniel Boliowski, is now in the gold medal position, and the fourth place from last year, Loic Berger, is now in fourth position.
And at the finish, looking out for Perron. After a pretty big mistake out in the forest, he's dropped down just outside of the top 30.
Yeah, so he had a good start of the race. He was among close to the top 10. Then he was losing time toward the end of the race and now sits in 37 position. Yeah, so we can see here where he has lost the time. We talked about this early before, and in these controls you really need to have a good plan to attack them. Otherwise you will lose a lot of time. Like for control number 19, you definitely need to go on the left side of that area so that you can hit the control more easily. Otherwise you will lose a lot of time, like Arthur Perrin just did.
Back at TV2 then to look out for Pelika.
Yeah, so Virma Pelika into TV2, still among the 20 best. So it's still possible for her to get a place among the top 10. But the best Finn of the day in the women's class should definitely be Eli Punto, one of the first starters. She was leading for so long during the race, and she still sits in 6th spot, still in the podium. Eli Punto. But Virma Pelika here, 14th place for her as she passes at the TV control. So it doesn't seem to be having so much problems about making mistakes, but running speed and navigation flow to be quite different from Freya Jerne. And of course, in the end, this plays in the result list. And for Freya Jerne, you just see that she was having a really good flow during all the course. Only on that control 16 she made that small hesitation where it gave a chance to Andrietta Radzikovski to overtake her, but then she speed up and she's the current leader and most likely the new junior world champion.
And we're now at control 14 for TV2 to look out for James Hammond, who is currently sat in 2nd position at the pre-warning. A fantastic run so far from the Scottish athlete.
Yeah, so then we will definitely have something to look out for James Hammond toward the end of the race. In the meantime here, Antoine Derlot at TV1, also strong start for Antoine Derlot. He has a time very similar to James Hammond there, just 3 seconds off the pace of James Hammond. And we see him here, punching the TV control, 2nd spot for him, right there.
James looking really strong running through, good control flow, already planned ahead. So he is 20 seconds ahead of Loic Berger at that point. Still a few key parts of the course to get through though. And now we're following Antoine Derlot.
But it's looking good for the medal for Great Britain in this long distance race today.
So Antoine Derlot planning his route for the long leg. We know how decisive that control can be. So let's see what James Hammond did on the long leg then in comparison to Bolachowski.
Okay, so James Hammond will take the route choice that from now will go to the north side of the leg. It's just important for him to exit that path and not go. Yeah, he was still going quite straight there. This is not the ideal, but still he executed it perfectly. So yeah, shout out for him. So this opens really good possibilities for the last part of the course for James Hammond. He's really having everything together, physical part, navigation part, looking good for Great Britain.
Yeah, still early to say for sure, but I'm definitely optimistic for James Hammond here. But at the finish, we are looking out for Ingeborg Rogh-Molsland.
And this is going to be tight for the bronze medal. This is going to be very tight for the bronze medal between Ingeborg Molsland and Rita Maramaroshi. So will the bronze medal go for Hungary or will the bronze medal go for Norway? She really needs to speed up, but yeah, I think she is too late. She's too late.
Approaching the final control then, last push for Molsland, but it's not going to be for the medals. She will finish in 4th spot then, fighting towards the finish line, but it's going to be 4th, just outside the medals for Molsland today.
Right, so it was very, very close to the medals for Ingeborg Rogh-Molsland from Norway, but in the end, 4 spots, 146 behind Freya Järne from Sweden. So this pushes Eli Punto out of the podium in the top 6 in the women's class. Freya Järne in gold medal position, Henriette Radzikowski silver medal, Rita Maramaroshi bronze medal, then 4th spots Ingeborg Molsland, 5th Victoria Skashova, 6th Janka Mikes, 2 Hungarian runners on the top 6 in the women's class.
So the standings then.
So 2 Hungarian runners, 2 Czech runners up in the top 10. And here, Felix Hunt, New Zealand, 4th spot for him at the TV2. Really good to see.
Yeah,
so he's really fighting for a place among the podium today in the men's class.
Yeah, very promising run from him so far, leading that train. We'll see what happens for him in the final part of the course.
He's about 1 minute faster at that point than the current bronze medal at the finish, Gracien Boey from Switzerland. So it's looking good for Felix Hunt out there in the forest. And we should see Hannes Mogensen to this first TV control. Here he comes. Going smoothly to that control, 27 minutes of running time for him. He's about 2 minutes slower than Daniel Bolejovski at that control. But he's in contention for a place among the best. Not sure what he's looking for because he still has 1 short leg to go before the long leg. Where is he going? So, Ollie, I think that is safe to say that Sweden will get the first gold medal out of these Junior World Orienteering Championships 25. As Freya Järne is already confirmed now, it's impossible for someone that is out there to beat her time. And Sweden has the first medal or gold medal in this Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025. As for the men's, everything is still open. Because also here you see passing at this first TV control Rasmus Toirila. And Rasmus Toirila is in fact running slightly on the pace of Daniel Boliowski. So impressive start of Rasmus Toirila. The young Finn really performing well. He's still very, very young, born in 2007. And he seems to be performing so well in this first part of the course. So now it's all about choosing the right route choice on the long leg. We're exiting the control, try to see which line he's going to take.
We're here with Deutsch Berger. How was your race today?
Very hard. With weather, it's very difficult to stay focused, but I try to stay focused and to go not very fast, but with no mistakes. And yeah, that was the spirit.
Okay, so your strategy was to stay calm, and what path did you choose?
Always, all the time, the easy one, and I see.
Eric Hexo at the finish now. This is going to be enough for a new bronze medal position at the finish for the Czech athlete ahead of Bohi. So pushes Bohi down into fourth.
Yeah, I think with this condition, it's a good strategy.
You had a very good comeback from yesterday. Did you recover?
Yeah, it was very hard after the sprint relay. I make an injury and I don't sleep very well. So yeah, the race yesterday was hard with not a good night. But yeah, the feeling was pretty okay, just one very big mistake. So I know I can doing some good things, and yeah, I was focused, and yeah, I'm happy with the race. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Yeah, and he should be really happy with his race right now in a silver medal position, looking very good for Loic Berger. But still some runners are there that can really threaten his leads. James Hammond is the next. Then we also saw Rasmus Toirila. Fantastic start by the young Finn.
Yeah, this racing's definitely not getting boring. Still a lot of excitement here in Italy, as there's still some big names to come into the finish.
And in the women's class is set. So the top 6 on today's race: Freya Jerne, Henriette Radzikowski, Rita Maramaroshi, Ingeborg Moslan, Victoria Skashova, and Ianka Mikes. So now the focus is only on the men's class, no more women running now. And Wilmer Celine passing here. Yeah, similar time to his twin brother there, only 3 seconds slower than his twin brother on the fight for a place among the top 10. And a strong pace down the slope. With the control on the null there. Should have seen it now. And now the time to plan the long route choice to control number 11, the decisive route choice in the men's class. So Ollie, this is like a good learning procedure for the younger orienteers that are viewing to the stream, because you should definitely take your time to find the right route choice between the controls.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 10-second hesitation I'd pick all day over a 5-minute mistake.
So here the comparison between the top three. Bolejowski, all-time leading, then Loic Berger, silver medalist, stopped there to have a drink. We could easily understand that. Same for Eric Exco. And this route choice by Loic Berger will definitely gain him some seconds. But a big shout out for Eric, the young Czech runner, born in 2008. 2008, so still very, very young. Eric Exo showing here really strong performance on this long distance race.
Oh, absolutely. And here, Fenger Groen through TV split 2.
So now we are waiting for several runners at several spots. Here, one of the last, not the last starter, Christopher Stromdal Vik, passing at the first TV control. So this is the last time that we will see this first TV control, and we'll see this beautiful, beautiful Italian forest on the Trentino region.
And we'll see how he approaches the long leg. Again, all of the top athletes really taking their time here.
A wise decision for Christopher. And I hope that win. Yes, now we go, because this is a super result for Spain. You saw there on the pictures. In fourth, and I'm not making a mistake, fourth position for Alessandro Garrido Diaz from Spain at the second TV control. Wow, impressive result so far for him. He's almost 1 minute faster than the current bronze medalist, Eric Exco. This is a fantastic performance by the Spanish. And here the comparison. Ingeborg Mosland compared with Freya Jerne, and Ingeborg Mosland was really in contention for a bronze medal almost all the way to the finish, but for sure she has made some suboptimal route choices here, and she lost that bronze medal to Rita Maramaroshi. Let's see. Yes, no, so probably just a running speed. Yeah, this route choice here. Probably losing some seconds there, and in the end, Ingeborg Mosland, 4th spots in the long distance in the women's class of the Junior World Orienteering Championships.
Looks like a Small mistake there for James Hammond on number 17. Shouldn't cost him too much time.
Yeah, but he's on the fight against Loic Berger. And at that TV control, he was only 20 seconds faster than Loic Berger. So he definitely should not lose any more seconds if he can, if he wants to come into silver medal position. I think gold medal is out of the reach for James Hammond. So he's now fighting for silver medal position.
I mean, James, a very, very strong runner throughout the whole of the course. He's definitely got a strong finish in him.
And he should definitely be very pleased with his Junior World Championship so far. He was very good in the sprint relay, extremely good yesterday, almost all to the end. And here, probably the first medal for him.
Yeah, he was so close to getting that gold medal at the EYOC long distance last year. There was just, I think, 2 seconds between him and the gold medal. So he'll be looking to match that result here at the Junior World Champs.
He has a lot of international experience. He has run JWOC several times, also JWOC several times. So. And he still has, as you said several times during the stream, he still has 1 more year of junior ahead of him. He's one name for the future as well. Do you think that he has a chance to make it to the elite level team in the next years, the British team?
Oh, it's hard to be sure, isn't it? But no, James has been in a league of his own in the UK for quite some time now. He's a very, very good orienteer, and it's great to see him performing so well on an international level as well, at a junior level, and we'll see how the rest of the course goes for him. Hopefully he can stay up in contention for a medal here.
Definitely now Virma. Virna Pelika into the finish. Again, she will not be the best Finn of the day. The best Finn in the women's class, Eli Punto, 7th spot for her. She was leading during several hours of the stream. Ended up in 7th spot, 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the pace of Freya Jerne. And Virma Pelika here fighting for a place among the top 15. In 15th spot right now, we have Celine Sundwald from Switzerland. And Freya and Virma Pelika now into 15 spots, 6:59 behind Freya Jerne.
Yeah, strong finish there from the Finn.
And also strong finish by Lone Constance Pompe from Germany, the best German runner of the day. Finishing there, I think 22nd position for her. That's right. 22nd, yes, exactly, for her. 11 minutes off the pace of Freya Jerne. Let's see how she ranked on the best result ever for Germany. So back in 96 there was a bronze medal for Germany on the JWOC long distance. Yeah.
Now at TV2, looking out for Delo. Maybe dropped a little bit of time in there. He's now down outside of the medal positions.
But still he's running quite consistently. He was 5th at the first radio control, then he moved to 3rd, and now he's in 4th position. So yeah, still in contention for a place among the medals. Is running 55 seconds faster than Eric Exo from Czechia. And Oli, this is the final results for the women's class. So the final top 10 with the gold medalist, the new junior world champion, Freya Järne from Sweden. The silver medal for Switzerland for Henriette Radzikowski. Bronze medal for Hungary, Rita Maramaroshi. Then the three next places on the podium. Fourth place, Ingeborg Roll-Mosland from Norway. Fifth position, Victoria Shkashova from Czechia. And sixth position for Janka Mikes from Hungary.
It was definitely a very, very exciting competition there with the women.
And a good 17th spot for the 15-year-old Sara Delic from Croatia. Amazing to see.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Also good 21st spot for Rachel Baker, New Zealand, there. Now the replay of the medalists of today's long distance race on the women's class. So they were really running very close together. Henriette Radzikowski there slightly behind on the beginning of the course. We saw that the pace of Rita Maramaroshi was quite good in the beginning. Then Rita made the first mistake here to control number 6 and she was behind the other two. And here Freya Järne really running on a pace of her own. She's doing this south route choice that we saw that was slightly slower than the others, but for sure enabled her to go ahead a little bit of her orienteering. She was behind that control number 8, but then this part she executed perfectly. On these route choices, she managed to grab the lead at control number 14. And again, a suboptimal route choice for number 15. And you saw that Henriette Radzikowski was really closing the gap there and taking the leads at control number 17. She was still in the lead at 19, but then better exit from the control from Freya Järne and higher running speed in the end of the course. And the gold medal to Sweden, the gold medal to Freya Järne. So now the full focus is on the men.
And the next runner we expect to see at the finish is going to be James Hammond, currently sitting in second position at TV2, but he's not yet been through the pre-warning for the finish.
Yeah, I have some bad news for you, Ollie. Bad news for you, because he's making a mistake at control number 18. So if we look at the GPS tracking now, he's making a mistake there. Hopefully he already got to control, but yeah. I think here goes the chance for a medal for Great Britain today.
Well, the best position for a man in the JWOC long is 4th place, so there's still potential to equal that.
Yeah, so you know your stats. Proud of you, Ollie. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And you know who it was?
Aidan Smith.
Back in 2015 in JWOC in Norway. Really good.
I cannot take any credit for that. I did have to put a message in the Forth Valley Orienteers group chat.
So this is also a good comparison for us to see, because in the beginning of the course, Rasmus Toirila was running really good. Let's see how he's running. He's still not at TV2. He will be at TV2 pretty soon. So let's see how he's doing compared with the other two. You see that here, Bolejovski is in fact a little bit behind Toirila and Loic Berger. So now this route choice. Let's see the line that Toirila chose here for control number 10. So he's taking the fastest route choice there. Good line. Yeah, let's see if he's turning. So he's going quite straight there. Yeah, not so bad, but again, the south route choice from Bolejovski for me in the men's class is so much safer. You can be so much ahead, but it seems like Rasmus Toirila is really pushing the time on Loic Berger and he's threatening the silver medal position there.
Yeah, definitely running very, very strongly.
Yeah, so I think that we will see Toirila at the TV control pretty soon.
Yeah, he's gone through that pre-warning.
Yeah, so 45, 47. So this means that is just 18 seconds off the pace of Loic Berger. Let's see the timing here at the TV control.
So looking out for the Finland top. Toirila definitely in contention to pull up into the medals here.
Niels Dahlgaard there in front of Rasmus Toirila. Punching there, fourth position right there, but you can see is just 21 seconds off the pace of their silver medalist in the finish. Loic Berger is slower than James Hammond, but we saw the mistake from James Hammond in the GPS tracking. And I think it was Alice Mera, one of the last starters in the women's class to the finish. I think she was even the last starter in the women's class.
We're here with the new world champion in the long distance. How does it feel to win the gold today?
It feels really good. I'm very happy.
And how was your race today? Can you tell us?
It was good. I did some small mistakes. It was tricky with the short controls. Yeah, but otherwise it was good.
What are your expectations for the middle and the relay?
I hope to do good races and have fun. So yeah.
And what are you doing tomorrow after today's victory?
Yeah, resting and yeah, get rest.
Okay, good job. Very good done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so a big shout out here for Freya Jerne, the new junior world champion in the long distance.
Yeah, she looks absolutely thrilled, doesn't she? Almost lost for words at how happy she is with that performance today and that result today as well. So Selin then through, but here then is James Hammond approaching the arena, and unfortunately it is a big time loss. So it's not going to be into the medal positions or even the podium positions today. Lost a good 5 or so minutes there. Very unfortunate for the British athlete, but still working hard all the way into the arena. He's got the support of the arena here, all of his teammates cheering him on, punching at the last control then, and flying down into the finish, cheered on by his teammates, and he will finish in 11th position, just behind Rosen and behind his teammate Finn Selmadugid. So unfortunately, a very costly mistake there for James Hammond, but definitely signs of potential for the rest of the week. So here you can see
so
his
now
mistake that cost him.
That's what I saw on the GPS tracking. His mistake there. He passed so close to the control. But again, on this type of controls, you really need to have a really secure line into the control. Otherwise, everything is the same. And if you don't hit the flag, then you will lose a lot of time. Martin Chobot, there, 19 spot for him at the finish line. I think he was hoping for better result. Last year he was in the podium, 6 spots, already eating some ice cream. Straight after the finish. But it's looking more and more as if Daniel Bolejowski is the new junior world champion in the long distance. I really don't see him losing the gold medal here. Also, Vilma Celine there, you see on the tracking, is now in contention for the silver medal spots. So Berger, Celine did this best route choice there to control number 11. He was able to get a lot of time on Toirilas there. Felix Sant into the finish, New Zealander.
Yeah, it's not going to be the top. It won't be the top 10 that he might have hoped for, but he punches at the last control, just behind James Hammond, and pushes then into the finish. And it will be a top 12. Fantastic run for Hunt, the New Zealander.
Yeah, so it's a really good performance by Felix Sant. Of course, he was trying to impress his teammate Zefa Favai from last year, silver medalist from last year, but still really good results. Right now, 12th position at the finish for Felix Sant. So there are some interesting names that we are following. Alejandro Garrido Diaz, Antoine Derlot, Raj Motorila, Vil Marcelin, all of the names that we are really trying to look for.
Yeah, nothing is certain just yet, but it is looking good for Daniel Bolejowski.
Yeah, so it's quite unfortunately that we are not having the tracking of Alejandro Garrido Diaz. Looks like on the tracking it even looks like he has lost the GPS tracker because he just stopped there in the middle of the paths. But we have seen him running quite well through the controls. So now we just have to wait and see when he's coming to the finish. Already running time 1 hour and 8 minutes for him. Last place of the podium right now, 1:15:07 for Eric Exko from Czechia. And Toirila going straight to that 15. Ooh, brave guy.
Yeah, dropped a little bit of time with that, but then caught back up to Berger.
Yeah, but he's really, really on the tail of Loic Berger, so Toirila really in contention for the silver medal position. Oh, Hannes Mogensen into TV2. Yeah, but he will be very, very, very outside of even the top 50, I may say. Seems to be already in jogging pace. We'll see how fast he can run on the middle distance. Yes, so this was what I saw on the pictures. It was so strange because I think he was planning the long route choice already from control number 9, and then he got to the path and he realized that he still had to punch control number 10, and then this is a very, very bad route choice. We have seen this before with the Spanish Otero. This is a very bad route choice there by Hannes Mogensen. He will bounce back for sure in the middle distance 2 days from now. And the time is now passing, so the last starter, Christopher Stromdalvik to TV2. Also outside of the top 10 for him. But I think now we should definitely go to the finish, because I'm so excited for the Spanish guys. And look at Alejandro Garrido Diaz. Look at the speed of the Spanish guy. Oi, 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 oi. And I can tell you, this is going to be a new second best time at the finish. This is so clear. So happy for Spain, so happy for Alejandro Garrido Diaz.
He's absolutely flying into the arena, and he's caught up so much time. He was down in 13th at the start of the course, and he's pulled himself all the way up into the silver position. And he is going to do it for Spain, crossing that line then in second place for the silver medal so far. Just 1 minute and 20 seconds down on the time of Bolachowski. Wow, that was an incredible performance then from the Spanish athlete.
So, vamos España, vamos. Qué recorrido fantástico de Alejandro Garrido Diaz. So fantastic course by Alejandro Garrido Diaz. This will be the best result ever for Spain, that's for sure. The former best, Antonio Martinez, you all know him from trail running. He's one of the best trail runners nowadays. He was 10 at JWOC in 2011, and right now Alejandro Garrido Diaz is on the medals. This is crazy. He's beating Loic Berger. It's crazy to see Alejandro Garrido Diaz with a fantastic race all around the course. Wow.
Yeah, he looks absolutely thrilled to celebrate that with his teammates as well. That'll be a fantastic moment in history for the Spanish team. So as it stands then, Garrido into second place behind Daniel Bolachowski, and Loic Berger into third place, knocking off Hexco into fourth.
And we have to wait for the Mercedes athletes and the Consolidating athletes, and I wonder on after the 3 beginning
Yeah, but it's still not over because we still have some runners out there fighting for medals. Next to come should be Antoine Derlot, but first the words with Alejandro Garrido
in the
Diaz.
men's category. How was your race? You had a really good last part of the race.
Yeah, I was hoping a really tough race, so I was prepared for that. I just started with slow speed and slow pace because I know that were route choices among fast, and the last part I punched a little, but always with speed that I can read them up. And yeah, last part was very good. I was looking to my time. I was like, oh, I'm doing really good. I was thinking more than stay focused. And, yeah.
You had also a very good sprint race. Was the long or the sprint your goal this year?
The goal this year was just enjoying orienteering because last season I wasn't that focused on my orienteering, and I was just hoping to enjoy this championship, and I think I'm doing well, so I'm so happy.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely brilliant to hear that he's enjoying his orienteering. That is, of course, the most important thing about being here and representing your country. The opportunity it gives you, the fun that you can have, and the experiences that you can get from it. Just brilliant to hear him speaking so positively about his experience with the sport.
And I will still also add to that, that is so fantastic to see the togetherness with the team. So all the other team members were there celebrating with him. This is what makes JWOC so special. And most of the times what I say to my athletes is that it's not the result that matters, it's the journey until you get the results. That is that is what will stick for life for these young runners.
So just a few more athletes who can challenge the medals then.
Yeah. So we are waiting for Antoine Derlot. But I think that he is a little bit too late. He's already going to the second last control based on the tracking. But I don't think that he will beat the Spanish guy. He's still very far from the control and he has 30 seconds to be there. Unfortunately, on these replays, we cannot have Alejandro Garrido Diaz. His GPS, hopefully he didn't lost the GPS, but we don't have his tracking. But you can see that Toirila is also running really well here. And in fact, is running well. Vilmer Celine also running extremely well. So for the medals, I think we have to see Antoine Derlot, Rasmus Toirila, and Vilmer Celine. Those are the guys that are still fighting for the medals on today's race.
Yeah, definitely still anything could happen towards the end. We've seen late mistakes with plenty of athletes here. At the finish now, Fenga Groen from Denmark, punching at the last control. Just outside the top 40.
I think that we are seeing something in our
Yeah, and I think that some problems there for Toirila. I think he's already running together with Vilmer Celine. Second loss to start, Vilmer Celine. So now we have the GPS from Alejandro Garrido Diaz. Good. Yeah, so we see that Toirila is behind, but we should have also looked to the tracking of Wilmer Celine, because I think Wilmer is the one fighting for the medals here.
That Wilmer second good comeback. We could have a new comeback and Antoine Delvaux in full breeze.
So Antoine Derlot into the last control here. And Antoine Derlot fighting for the place among the top three. That he will be outside of the top, the medal, still a place in the podium possible for Antoine Derlot.
Yeah, potentially still opportunity for Diploma here if he can get to the finish fast enough. I think it's definitely doable as he enters the arena. He's working really hard on the approach to that last control. Punching and heading towards the finish. And it is going to be a fourth spot at the finish for the French athlete Delot.
Good fourth positions right now for the Frenchman. He's improving his results on the long distance for sure. And most likely he will be in the podium. Not a medal though, but still most likely a podium position for Antoine Derlot today.
So 2 runners left to come in then that could challenge the top spots. Celine and Toirila. So here's a look at how Delot compares to Gargio Diaz and Belcher.
And this route choice by Alejandro Diaz has proven to be slightly faster than the one from Derlot. So they were really very close there, but you see that Diaz will get to that control 18 faster than Derlot. And I can tell you that that route choice by Derlot is the same one that both Rasmus Toirila and Wilmer Celine are taking. So it's looking very, very good for Spain. Looking very good, looking like a medal for Spain today.
Yeah, very, very exciting for the Spanish team.
And knowing the Spanish guys, I know that a medal here will always feel like a gold medal. Fantastic performance by the young Alejandro. So, yeah. Now, Antoine?
We are here with this French triathlete that just did a very good job in today's long distance. How did you approach it?
I was very hyped about it because last year, unfortunately, I had a good race, but I had a missed punch. So I really wanted to take my revenge. So today I tried to play it safe at the beginning, and it was pretty good. But then when I was in the ride, I took my gel, and when I sprint, it came back in my eye. And so I couldn't see my map for like 5 to 10 minutes, and I did some small mistakes. And then I took a control, and I heard the guy behind me say, fuck. I thought it wasn't a good control. And so because I had the mispunch last year, I came back to the control to check again. I think I lost maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute to the done. But at least I have got all the control. It was very fun. The long route choice was crazy. Incredible.
Thank you for the
I'm very happy about it, even though there are some small mistakes. I think it's probably my level.
Are you looking forward also to the middle race?
Yeah, I'm not so good in the middle distance, but I try my best, and I'm so hyped about this JWOC. It started really great with the sprint distance, and now the long distance went pretty well, so very happy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it's at least for me, it's a little bit hard to listen to the interview, but yeah, we heard about the problems with the map there. But in the end, it was pretty good revenge for Antoine Derlot. And he's in a really good fourth spot right now.
Exactly like you said earlier about how you're wanting to better upon past results and using that as motivation to really power through and perform better. Yeah, good to see him working well with his disappointment in the past and putting it towards better performances in the future. He'll be really pleased with that result.
Yeah, and a course like the course today, where you have so many uphills, where you just need to have that inner focus just to keep pushing and not be affected by negative thoughts like, oh, I'm going too slow. You just need to have this mental strength to go all the way to the finish and push all the way to the finish. Otherwise, you will lose some seconds here and there when everybody is going slow. And it was a good race for him. Now we are waiting for the two last guys that can really threaten the podium. Cooper Orley going into 34th position right now.
Yeah, strong finish from the Aussie runner. And it looks like Daniel Bolachowski is about to be able to celebrate a gold medal in the long distance championships, because now it is too late for Selin to beat his time.
Yeah, I think it's we have said it when he arrived, and we say it again. It's very obvious that Daniel Bolachowski is the new junior long distance world champion. It's no chance for no one to beat his time. It was a fantastic performance, starting relatively early on the start list, but he managed to push where he should, make a solid performance all rounds, and become the third Czech guy to be junior world champion in the long distance. Now a Brit to the finish.
Adam Meffin looking to finish inside the top 30 now. A fantastic run as he crosses the line. 27th position. Really, really exciting run there from Adam Meffin. He'll be thrilled with that.
And now Wilmer Selin, little turnaround. Here comes what may be the silver medalist today, Wilmer Selin from Sweden. It is very close to the time of Alejandro Garrido Diaz, but he is running on a higher pace. See, he has right now 1 minute to finish his race and get the silver medal.
Yeah, it looks like he's pulled up a little bit of time since the earlier part of the course. In fact, he's caught up over a minute. But this could definitely be contention for the silver medal. It's going to be really, really tight, though. He needs to be in the arena about now.
Yeah, the last part of the course for Wilmer Selin was absolutely spotless. He was faster than Daniel Bolachowski, and he's coming here sprinting to what is going to be the silver medal performance on today's race. Wilmer Selin from Sweden.
Yeah, crossing the line there. 1 minute and 4 seconds down on the time of Bolachowski, but 16 seconds ahead of Gardiro into that third place. And this is Toivola into about 6 spots. So he makes a place then on the podium. It wasn't to be for the medals, but he gets himself that diploma. Fantastic finish there from Toivola.
Yeah, so Rasmus Toivola, really young Finnish runner, born in 2007, is the youngest to go to the podium today. 1 hour 14:02 for him, 3:19 off the pace of Daniel Bolachowski. So solid diploma for Rasmus Toivola, and good overview for the future. Also, Niels Dahlgaard from Denmark into the finish, 9th spot for him, place among the 10 bests, 5:21 off the pace of Oli, the junior world champion Daniel Boliowski.
Yeah, upgrading his medal from last year from bronze up to gold. I think he absolutely deserved that with that run he had today. An earlier start than some of the other runners up at the top of the results there. But what a run from Daniel Boliowski. Just in control and in the lead the whole way round.
Yeah, he was really dominating in, of course, here. Happy for Finland, Arttu Sirjalainen, the coach there, celebrating with Rasmus Toirila. It was, in fact, I think it was the same time as Vilma Selin at the second TV control, but he has lost some time to control number 17, I think, and then Vilma Selin just caught him, and strong last loop of the course for Vilma Selin, grabbing a well-deserved silver medal for Sweden. So the final results here with the gold medal and the junior world champion Daniel Boliowski from Czechia, silver medal for Vilma Selin, Sweden, and fantastic bronze medal for Spain, Alejandro Garrido Diaz. And then the 3 last spots in the podium, Loic Berger, Antoine Derlot, Rasmus Toirila.
That was a very exciting day of racing there. Very exciting towards the end. Obviously, it wasn't a seeded start list, but still saved all of the excitement for the last bit of the competition.
Yeah, it was really good for us because we had emotion all the way to the finish. And we hope that it was also fun for the viewers that were watching to JWOC. It's always good to bring you not only the elite level competition, but also this junior competition. Okay, so here the replay with the route choices of the 3 bests. So Celine, the only one going on the north route choice to control number 2. And as you can see, Celine was a little bit behind already with that route choice to control number 2, about 1 minute behind there. Small mistake by Diaz to control number 6, and then he was running at the same pace as Celine when they got to control number 9, the first TV control. Boliowski always in front, everything in control for him, and even if this is a really good analysis, so you see that from control 9 to 13, Vilma Selin getting really the best lines in the train, so it proves that that north route choice is faster than the route choice going to the south, so he managed to get up that lost time in the beginning of the part, and then on this last part of the course, he was running on a class of his own. You can see the tracking there. He is going to get closer and closer to Boliowski. Small mistake by Boliowski there. Celine doing really good line into that control. You see that now the line is close to Boliowski. Alejandro Diaz securing the bronze medal with this route choice to control number 18. And even though a small hesitation by Vilma Selin to control number 19, in the end of the course, it was gold for Czechia, Boliowski, silver for Selin, Sweden, and bronze for Spain, Alejandro Garrido Diaz.
We are here with the new world champion in the long distance. How does it feel to win the 3rd medal?
Absolutely crazy, like I don't feel like it's real.
And how was the race today?
So it was tough, like I was really exhausted after the 2 competitions in 2 days, and the feeling was just terrible, but I managed to forget about the feeling and push as hard as possible. And although the performance was not perfect. I did a few small mistakes. Still, I won, so I'm like so happy.
Thank you. And what are your plans for the middle and the forest relay?
Oh, I think that's obvious. I'm going to get 2 more gold medals.
Okay, good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big aspirations there from the Czech team. Great to see such confidence after 2 fantastic days of well, 3 fantastic days of racing. I think these athletes definitely deserve a break tomorrow for their rest day. So the final results then: Daniel Bolachowski, our winner, with Selin in second and Garrido Diaz in third. And for the women, it was Rita Morosi who took third place, Henrietta Radzikowski in second, and our JWOC long champion from Sweden was Freya Hjörner.
So Bolachowski is the athlete of the championship so far. He has got medals in all the races, gold in the sprint relay, silver in the sprint, and gold again on the long distance today. So here the replay: Rita Morosi, the bronze medalist in the women's class. Silver medalist Henriette Radzikowski from Switzerland, and again for Sweden, the gold medal, Freya Hjörner here getting that well-deserved gold medal, 6 seconds faster than Henriette Radzikowski. As for the men, again a big shout out here: Alejandro Garrido Diaz, the bronze medalist, best result ever for Spain in the long distance of JWOC. Then super silver medal for Sweden, Wilmer Selin, and the big winner today, Daniel Bolachowski from Czechia. And in the medal count, Czechia leading this World Championship, 2 gold medals. Then Switzerland and Sweden tied in second spots.